Good morning. We're going to get started now. Thanks again, everyone, for your patience. Good morning and welcome to the Commission for Behavioral Health meeting. My name is Mayra Alvarez and I'm the chair of the commission. I want to thank everyone for attending today's meeting in person and online. I continue to be very excited to see our newest commissioners with us and as well as our longstanding commissioners. So really looking forward to these couple of days together for a robust discussion with each other and with our public about our important work together. Now we're going to take roll and establish a quorum. Please note that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, any commissioners who are participating remotely, please keep your camera on at all times, and you will be asked during roll call to disclose if any other adults over the age of 18 are in the room with you during the meeting and the nature of your relationship with those individuals. I will now hand it over to Sandra to take the roll.
Thank you, Myra. Commissioner Bear. I thought I saw her virtually. Okay. Commissioner Burnick.
I'm here virtually, and no one else is in the room with me.
Thank you. Commissioner Bontrager.
Here.
Commissioner Brown. Here. Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Here.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Here.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Contreras.
Here.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard. Commissioner Sy.
Here.
Commissioner Roulette.
Here.
Chair Alvarez.
Here.
We have quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And again, thank you everyone for being with us. We're now going to move on to agenda item 2, announcements and updates. As we all know, we are here to join a 2-day meeting of the commission that begins today and will extend through tomorrow. We have set aside this first day as an opportunity to familiarize and really refamiliarize ourselves with what this commission is responsible for, how we take those responsibilities and put them into action, and the procedures we must follow as a state body, particularly with regard to public accountability. I'd also like to announce that commissioners, staff, and all of our wonderful community partners, we're inviting you to gather after this meeting on the 3rd floor of the Hyatt House Hotel in Midtown at 5 p.m. for an opportunity to connect and mingle. There's beverages and snacks that are available for you to purchase. This is intended to be a relaxed, not a formal hosted setting. No business will be conducted. Let me be clear, Sandra. This is truly an opportunity to create community and build connection with each other. And I encourage us all to attend and be there. So hope to see you on the 3rd floor of the Starlight Lounge. People tell me it's very hip. We are now going to move on to public comment. Mariani, can I ask for your help with that process, please?
Yes, Chair. If you would like live meeting transcription or closed captioning, please activate the closed captioning feature located in the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. If there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair and at least twice the amount of time will be given to you during the public comment period. For members of the public in the room, if you have not already, please use one of the green public comment cards located at the front to indicate you would like to make comment on an item. Cards can be given to staff located at the front table. Members of the public can also email us public comment to be shared at a future meeting at publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov. Once the public comment period for the agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make requests to comment at that time. You may request to make public comment by submitting a card, clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. When it is your turn to comment, I will call you to the podium or unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your phone number. For virtual comments, I will insert the word last comment next to the commenter's name or number to identify the last public comment. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. We currently have no in-room comments, and we have one virtual comment from Stacy. Your line is open.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you today. My name is Stacy Hiramoto. I represent REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. And I'm sorry, this is a really technical item, and I didn't know whether or not I would be able to bring this up at one of the other agenda items. This has to do with the rules of procedure. And Sandra has been so kind to help me on this, but I would like us to check into language that matters very much to me. It's regarding committees and subcommittees. It's section 61 under structure A2. And it says, ideally, each standing committee shall have a maximum of 14 members, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This word ideally was not adopted well, it seems to have been adopted at the November 2024 meeting. However, this was not flagged and noted as a change in the packet. You have all the changes from the February 2021 version, but this was not flagged as a change. So if you could just look into that, Sandra, I just sent you an email, and I know it's very technical, but that word is extremely important. Thank you.
I will definitely communicate back to you, Stacy, on that.
Thank you. That was our last comment.
Great, thanks so much. We're grateful we have you, Sandra. Okay, we have a wonderful opportunity as our next agenda item, but person, online? Online, okay, great. Okay, sounds good. Right now, if that's okay, we can move on to general public comment. I know we just had time for public comment around announcements. One piece of information is where we are trying to figure out ways in which we can streamline our opening process in providing opportunities for public comment. So appreciate your participation and feedback on that. But for now, let's move on to agenda item 4, general public comment. This time is reserved for comments on items that are not on the agenda. Amariani, again.
We do not have any in-room comments, and it does not appear that we have any virtual comments either.
Okay, great. So while I try to kill time, I am going to hand it over to Sandra. Sandra, if you want to at least introduce the next agenda item, and then once our distinguished guest comes online, we can transition back.
Okay, so I'm happy to get started on agenda item 5, governance and legal requirements. And actually wouldn't mind a break because I don't want to bore you all with all the legalese, but I definitely want to make sure that we get started on this. So it's basically I'm going to be providing you an overview of the principles and statutes that guide the work of the commission. I like to call it Legal 101, the laws you need to know. But of course, this is just a primer. It's just an introduction to get you thinking about a lot of the things that you have to be aware of now in your new role. I am open to questions. I know several commissioners I've been working with closely with any questions. No question is a dumb question. Like, I rather work through all of your questions that you may have about what serving and what it means to serve on such a public board such as ourselves. So I'll jump in, and if someone can flag me and let me know when our speaker is here. So can you forward the slide? Oh, I have the clickers. Oh. Okay, so today we're going to cover what the Chief Counsel does, which is me, Sandra Gallardo, the Commission's rules of procedure, and those were included as an enclosure in your packet because I feel it's very important for all of you to have them for reference. And number three, the three main important laws: Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, the Fair Political Practices Commission, which is known as the FPPC, and the Political Reform Act Conflict of Interest laws. And number three is the California Public Records Act. So those are like the top three, I guess, of the laws that we work with. So who am I and what do I do? As I said, I'm the Chief Counsel of the Commission. And I think a big interesting thing is that for you all to know that I'm a licensed attorney, and my loyalty, my job is to protect the Commission. So it is not to protect an individual employee, it's not to protect the executive director, it's to protect the best interest of this government commission, to make sure that the Commission is following all the laws and staying on, the right track. And so that means I represent the Commission's interest. I can advise you when you are doing the work for and on behalf of the Commission, not when you're doing outside work, right? So it's only when you are when you're wearing, and I'll talk about the hats you're wearing. Is she here? Okay, so now we have our special presentation, and we will pick up afterwards.
Thank you, Sandra. Okay, we're going to go right back to agenda item 3. It is really an honor to introduce a truly talented poet whose work reflects the beauty, the struggles, and the resilience of the Black experience. And today we are privileged to hear from her. Her name is Miss Barbara Fant, and if I'm mispronouncing that, just let me know. When we were thinking about bringing Ms. Fant to this meeting, with huge thanks to Commissioner Bunch for her recommendation, it really is reflecting on a time when representation and authenticity matter more than ever. And Ms. Fant really uses her craft to tell stories that offer this unique perspective that invites us in to those experiences and then challenges us to reflect, to learn, and to grow as individuals. Her work is a reminder of the importance of lifting up the voices that have been historically marginalized and celebrating the richness that diversity brings to our collective experience. In the spirit of what Commissioner Robinson has named a caring moment, an opportunity to begin our meetings by really centering us in the purpose of our work and the people that we seek to serve, this practice is really meant to remind us why it is we do what we do, why it is we must listen to stories and moments that may be impacting others in ways that we may not always see, and again, an opportunity to reflect on how we can all show up better in these times. So I want to personally thank Ms. Fant for being with us and helping us launch this practice. And before she shares her incredible art with us, if you would please tell us some of the amazing work that you do to support the behavioral health and well-being of Californians and people across the country.
Good morning, everyone. What a glorious introduction. Thank you so much. That was so kind. Hi, everyone. My name is Barbara Fant. Super grateful to be with you all this morning. I am a poet, writer, performer, facilitator. For many years, I have worked with young people and adults who are incarcerated, teaching art as a form of healing. I currently work with young people who are actively gang involved. I served as the program director at the Homeboy Art Academy of Homeboy Industries, which is the largest gang intervention and reentry organization in the United States. And so I get to serve those young people each and every day through healing informed arts programming. I have an MFA in poetry, but I also have a master's of theological studies. And so my work really sits at the intersection of spirituality and and healing informed arts practices. I went through a lot in my own personal life, and writing really saved my life. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to just kind of share. It's one thing to be able to write, to heal. It's another thing to be able to share that with the rest of the world. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be with you all today. With that, I guess I will go into a poem. I'm not sure how much time we have, so I'll just do the one poem. I performed this poem on another call, and then I received this call as an invitation. And so I wrote this poem called Magic Before Magic, and it is really dedicated to all the Black and brown bodies of the world. We have been called magic before. Our eyes, subtle stillness dancing to the branches of our bodies, tree limbs, reaching towards the heavens, above the sun, above the rain, dance, rivering us out of our bones. We have been called magic before, swinging from trees until we became them, bearing the fruit of someone else's child, nursing someone else's child while ours lay hanging. Its body a box of bones we're forced to carry 6 feet beneath our chest, so we dig deep inside our bodies and pull out every ounce of glitter, prayer glistening until it reaches our tongues and we learn to speak life over ourselves. We have been this magic before, bursting into everyone else's box of glitter and shine and hiding the fact that we birthed it. It came from our womb. We laid bruised and bloodied while they dance into midnight until they become the stars we own. We do own the stars, you know. We have been this magic before. How else could you find something to wish upon in this shade of midnight if it didn't already come soaked in our skin shade of brilliance? We have been this magic before, teaching the moon to dance and bend her dust into the shape of an eye, peering out onto everyone's breath while they lay sleep to make sure they keep breathing through every ounce of night that hits their lives like, my magic is so black. She looked in the mirror and called herself solar system. My magic is so black. The stardust grew herself a fro, braided her body into cornrows. I said, my magic is so black. She bounced her reflection off the ocean and the waves started sea walking. My magic is so black. Her midnight's blues mistook her throat for hip hop and jazz and poetry and mystery and religion and art and culture and culture and culture and everything stolen from her body's magic in the first place, where culture was ripped from our veins. We learned to river ourselves into a chandelier of cardinals taking flight, cutting sky into red until everyone learned how to bleed the rhythm of this nation. Yo, we are the rhythm of this nation in all its black and brownness. Yo, Black history is American history. And America does not exist without this hue of sand and wood and tornado and casket. We have learned to carve the caskets from our own bodies and sing a new song louder, carve the caskets from our own throats and bloomed a new tongue louder. And there is always a new tongue to be bloomed. And we have always been this magic. We have been called this wishbone and golden before, but when they forget our names, and they will, because they do often, every ounce of glitter left within our bodies will rise into a new body and throat and tongue until we braid ourselves into a new language again and rewrite history again and all that magic, y'all, and rise and rise and rise. Thank you so much.
Well,
Thank
we
you.
to that all day. Barbara, Ms. Pham, thank you so much for your incredible, powerful words and for your incredible, powerful presence in the work that you do with young people and communities. We're honored to have you with us and honored to have you in this movement to create healthier, more welcoming communities that contribute to the mental health and well-being of our people. So huge, huge thank you for being here with us and for being in this work.
Thank you so much. Truly a gift and a blessing to be with you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'd invite any commissioners that want to share any comments or reflections on Ms. Pham's incredible art. Please, Vice Chair.
No, certainly, it reflects several things, but one of the absolutely most positive things that I derive from your words, Barbara, is that words spoken, albeit succinctly and briefly, powerfully, and in an affirming way, do much more help and advance much more healing and advance much more hope for the people that we are privileged to represent in the wonderful nation state of California. So thank you for always affirming that in spite of the distractions that happen in life, as you represented it so well in your poem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a gift. Thank
And
you.
it's just ditto that. Thank you so much for those inspiring words. Lots of brilliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again. I'm sure we will see you again and look forward to that opportunity.
I would love that. Thank you so much. Be blessed.
You too. It's a hard act to follow, Sandra. So I'm going to hand it back over to you. Oh, just kidding. We will now go into public comment. Mariani, if you could please help us with that process.
We have no public comment for this item.
Thank you. Sandra, please, agenda item 5.
Okay, let's go back to where we were. Cody, if you can pull up the presentation. This is a hard act to follow, but just wanted to wrap up on this screen is that the big reminder is that I represent you when you are wearing your commission hat, when you're acting for and working on behalf of the commission. Because again, if you think of my ultimate client, my client is the Commission for Behavioral Health. And I'm here to make sure that we're always complying with the various laws, making sure that we have quorum both in, open session, closed session. Like you need the laws requiring somebody to be watching, so to speak, and making sure, the issues include conflict of interest questions, meeting requirement questions, contract negotiations and drafting, Public Records Act requests, and basically all legal matters. When in doubt, call, text, or email me. So I'll provide my contact information and the last slide. So let's see where So I wanted to start with what Stacy referenced earlier today. It's called our rules of procedure or our bylaws. And like I said, I included the full copy that was adopted as of November 2024 in our packets. So I really insist if there's one document that you're going to read, it should be our bylaws. It governs how the commission operates. It's written by the commissioners with input from the public. Anything on that document can be amended with a 2/3 commission vote. And it's just a really quick reference on Bagley, on conflict. I mean, it's just like a really lovely summary that I do recommend that folks spend some time reading. It spells out the chair's duties, the vice chair's duties, the executive director's role, the meeting structure, it really is worth your time to spend time just reading it and asking any questions. I did want to just highlight one particular section of the bylaws, and I literally I took a screenshot of it, and it's kind of small, and I'm not, even for myself, it's hard. But oh, thank you. It really goes to the heart of the questions that I always ask when somebody says, can I do this or can I go to this conference? And it really talks about commission representation and for you all to think about what hat you were wearing. That to me always feels like the most prescient question. Are you wearing your hat from your day job, right? Are you representing Kaiser or are you representing, any of the wonderful organizations you work with when you're going to the event? Or are you representing the commission, right? You have to decide. You take one hat off, you put that. You can't wear both hats at the same time. So you always have to be mindful of, and you'll hear me say that. What hat are you wearing at that conference? Which one when you're asked for a panel? And if you see it in your materials, and I apologize that the font is kind of short, it talks about like how you have a right to express your views as an individual in commission meetings or activities when they bear. I always just advise that you just, also note that if your personal organization, just to say, hey, I'm also a member of the Steinberg Institute or, whatever organization you have, but I'm, being neutral in this position or trying to, give advice. There's also talking about if you're presenting officially at a conference. If you're presenting officially at a conference on behalf of the commission, you have to stick to the commission's positions on matters. But if you're attending a conference representing your organization, you would be saying, I am here as a representative of my organization, not of the commission. And then you could present your organization's position. So you just have to be very mindful and transparent to the public of what hat you're wearing when you are speaking on behalf of the commission. So this is just one of the various aspects covered in the rules of procedure, and I'm not going to sit here and read them to you. I just recommend that they are in all of your packets to please take the time to review it. Now we're going to move into Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, and this is the big one where you always hear me saying, "Are we have a meeting? Do we have quorum?" So the purpose of the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act is to ensure that the public has a right to attend and participate in state body meetings and to promote transparency. So, as an example, in the last, Bagley-Keene requires that every single agenda item on our agenda have a public comment section. So even if there's no public comment, as there was in the last agenda item, we're required to ask and invite the public to comment on every agenda item. So you will always hear that's going to be a running theme of our meetings, because again, the purpose of the act is to ensure the public's right to attend and participate. This will be very familiar to you. I just copy pasted a sample agenda. This is our formatting that we use for all of them. And the way we do it is we're trying to communicate what's going to happen in each agenda item. You'll notice that they start off with either saying it's an information item or an action item. An action item means that the commission's going to take action, which means a vote. So there will be a motion, a second, and then I will do, Bagley-Keene requires roll call votes for all votes. So that's why I have to go through the list of your name, because they don't want group ayes and group nays. They want to be basically to have the public know how you voted on everything. If it's information, as my item today is, it means that we're just sharing information, that you will not be asked to vote or act on the item. So you will see that it says call to order, roll call is information, announcements and updates is information. Like you can go through, but when you get to the October 24th, and this is an old agenda that I pushed, when you're saying minute meetings, that's an action item because you will have to vote for to accept or to not accept the meeting minutes from prior meetings. So you'll see that and you'll get very familiar with this agenda. And the main purpose of putting everything out is for transparency and public notice. That is the running theme of Bagley-Keene, is keeping the public on notice of what the commission is working on. So the key requirements for Bagley-Keene is, and this is probably one of the toughest ones for us, frankly, is how we have to publicly notice our agenda 10 calendar days before. The Brown Act and other public acts in the state are only 3 days. The 10 days makes it palpably harder because a lot of the times our agenda is still in flux and we're trying to do our best guess 10 days out of what's going to be covered. So you'll notice in meetings from time to time where we're going to have to adjust or we're going to give an item a little bit more time, but you will always know 10 days in advance any action or information items that will be part of the agenda. You'll also notice that anytime that we meet, whether we meet here in Sacramento or we have satellite locations throughout the state, they are required to be held in an ADA space where the public is invited to come and provide public comment. And always in any of our meetings, members of the public are not required to register or sign in to attend our meetings. They can come in and not identify themselves. The public comment portion, again, like I mentioned earlier, is required for every agenda item. We typically have general public comment for items not on the agenda. And typically it's not customary to respond to public comments because they're asking about items on not an agenda item, that would be technically us addressing something not on the agenda, which Bagley King prohibits. So it's always this line of, if somebody's commenting on something that has nothing to do with what we're talking that day, we can get back to them, but we're not going to be allowed to discuss it here in the meeting. Quorum is defined as majority of the state body. So the minimum number of commissions required to hold a meeting. So that means, for example, today we started the meeting late because we did not have quorum. You cannot start a meeting without the requisite number. Right now, we're 27 commissioners. So I did the math here. If divided by 2 is 13.5. So a majority would be 14. So we waited till we had 14 members in person to start our meeting. A meeting definition, because of course we're lawyers and we have to define everything. We love definitions. So a meeting is a majority, more than 50% of the commissioners who meet to hear, discuss, or deliberate any item that is within the scope of the commission. That would be considered a meeting. So the minute you have 14 of you talking about something, whether or not we noticed it, that's a meeting. And that would be in violation of Bagley King because you have to notice any such meetings with 10 days in advance. Serial meetings, though this is a curiosity, are also prohibited. So you can't try to get away from this by trying to have Commissioner A email or call Commissioner B, and then B calls and emails C, and C, so that you basically accomplish that 14 people got the message. This is not a workaround, that is prohibited. So same thing with the hub and spoke. You can't have one commissioner just calling, 14 commissioners in separate conversations. So Bagley Keene is very clear that you can't try to work around the 14 in person by just holding side meetings on the phone with 14 people. Hub and spoke that's a hub and spoke. And then a lot of times when you see me communicate, I will blind copy all of your email addresses to try to avoid any kind of reply all situation on email, because if you reply all, again, you're having a meeting. So again, these are the precautions that you'll see me take so that nobody can accidentally email everybody. What is not considered a meeting is you can attend, all of you, if you wanted, a conference that is open to the public. You can go to open and notice meetings of another state body. So if you're interested in attending, the DHCS conference on behavioral health, or meeting that they have, the Behavioral Health Council has meetings, or any purely or social or ceremonial occasion. So such as the gathering that we will have later today. But the problem with that is if you see in orange, it says the majority may attend the meetings provided the members do not discuss commission business amongst themselves. So you can be in a group, but you cannot talk shop. Did you have a question, Commissioner Chambers? Yes, the Planning Council, correct.
I don't know when we can discuss like our role, because I know the vice chair is on there, but I don't know what our role is.
Yes,
But
and then
how do
his
we
role,
participate?
yeah, and for his role, he's going to be representing the commission at that meeting. So he will be able to share out from his perspective. But let's say you had 14 of you at that event sitting in the audience, you shouldn't be speaking shop about how you're going to vote on a motion or what your plans are. Like, you should just stick to listening to what the meeting is about. And
Do we have
hearing that.
seats on that board, or no, we don't?
I think we have one, if I don't want to misspeak, but I'll get back to you on that issue.
Okay.
Could you also just make clear what that actually means? Is it more like ceremonial? Hey, you're represented to like talk, or is the commission making decisions with the council, like from a voting perspective? Just to,
I believe it's not an emeritus. It's there's a word for it, that you're there, yeah, ex officio, where typically do not have voting, but they are representing the voice of the commission. So that would be a situation where Commissioner Rolette is working, wearing his commission hat, right? And he'd be there to represent the commission, any votes you have taken. He wouldn't speak about things that you haven't discussed. You know, it would be very strictly business for his role as an ex officio member of that commission. But let's say that you're 14 of you out in the audience. You can't just start saying, hey, did you see this agenda item next week? We should all vote yes. You know, like you can't get into that in the audience.
One more question. So I guess, can you follow up particularly on that, our role in that?
I will.
Yeah.
And I'm just noting, I'm looking in the back so I can keep a running tally of things that we'll keep, that will follow up after the meeting. Okay. Just quick reminders on teleconference satellite meeting requirements, location, you know, once we have a satellite meeting, and that's if we were to have a meeting here, and let's say we're also hosting a public session simultaneously in Los Angeles, that would have to be noticed as well 10 days in advance. The public would be able to attend. You know, ADA accessible and all of that such things. Note when you have multiple, like if you have multiple satellites, right now we're only doing this as our main, that's why our quorum is here. Technology issues shut down one of the satellite locations, the entire meeting needs to be adjourned. So like it adds challenges. So if you could, some commissions will have 2 or 3 satellites going. You just know that every time you have satellite locations, all 3 must be functioning for the entirety, or if one site goes down, the meeting is adjourned. So permissible reasons for closed session. There's very, very few business that you can conduct not in the public eye. And for Bagley Keene that belong, like our Bagley Keene, it's limited to this, which is the personnel, HR matters. You can talk about like commission employees only in closed session. Discussion or conferring on pending or potential litigation, real estate purchase, lease or negotiations, or any security efforts like threats or potential threats, criminal, terrorist activity. So those are literally the 4 items that you can take to closed session. Everything else has to be discussed publicly. As you will see, we've been meeting in closed sessions for personnel matters, and we will have another closed session meeting tomorrow. But again, it fits squarely in that first bullet of the reasons to move into closed session. But you have to note that the commission, when you reconvene in open session, you have to report out any action. So any vote that was taken in closed session must be reported out. The minutes that are taken in closed session are confidential and not part of the public record. So now we're going to move on to the second law I spoke about, which is the Conflict of Interest Political Reform Act. This is again administered by the Fair Political Practices Commission, which I call the FPPC. And the purpose of this law is to ensure that public officials perform their duties impartially and free of bias. And I included a little quote from the government code that says a public official at any level of state or local government shall not make, participate in making, or in any way attempt to use his official position to influence a government decision in which the official knows or has reason to know that the official has a financial interest. So that's the basis. We have our own conflict of interest code, and I kind of exerted it so you have it. And again, the print is small, but it is all in your packets, which is specific to, in addition to the laws laid out by the FPPC, the commission is also required to have its own conflict of interest code. And I exerted that because you are all required to disclose on category 1 and 2. And it's basically saying, you know, highlighting that you should have to disclose if you have any business interest in behavioral health services, substance use disorder treatments is outlined. So basically going more to the heart of our business here. And category 2 is more along the lines of what we utilize, our equipment, our materials, our vehicles, our supplies, just to make sure that you are required to disclose under our code, any businesses that you have that touch the business of the commission. So again, I encourage you to read this and be aware. You all should have received lots of emails from our staff about the Form 700, which is disclosures required. It's within 30 days of appointment. And it's a yearly update. So you will always be reminded. Now the state law requires that they have to be filed electronically. So we used to collect your forms in paper format, but we have moved away from that because that is not allowed anymore. You have to file electronically. Your deadlines are fast approaching for our returning commissioners. I think it's April 1st, and please get that in. You will be fined, and I've seen it happen. They'll start fining you if you submit late. And I have if you have any questions on this, I have like little cheat sheets I've created, but this is the basic summary of the conflict of interest code. What you should be thinking about your little checklist of whether or not you have a financial interest. One, are you a public official? Yes. If you're here in the commissioner, your position is considered a public, so you fall under the code. Are you making, participating, or influencing a government decision? So that means, are you voting on something? Are you approving contracts or regulations? Are you providing advice and making recommendations on something? Are you contacting other officials about pending matters? So if you're involved in any government decision, and it's defined quite broadly, you see, then you have to decide whether you have a qualifying financial interest. And I spelled them out here because it says if you business investment would have to be equal or greater to $2,000, real property equal or greater to $2,000, income equal or greater to $500 within 12 months, and gifts are $630 within 12 months from a single source. So that's generally, and again, this can get really hairy really fast. So, call me and I can bring out like the regs and all of that. So, but these are just your benchmarks that you can go in and check whether or not you might have a conflict of interest. The way you publicly recuse yourself for a conflict of interest, there's a pretty simple procedure. You announce that you're recusing yourself from the agenda item. You have to identify the financial interest requiring recusal. You have to leave your vote during any discussion and vote, and not participate in discussions or decision-making about the agenda item. So this happens, I wouldn't say regularly, but it happens every other meeting. So please don't feel afraid that that's what you have to do. And it's just all about transparency. These are resources. There's a lot of resources just because the contracting provisions of the Political Reform Act do come with criminal penalties, but there's mostly civil penalties for this. So you do want to tread carefully on how you're reporting. There's an advice line. It's all confidential. I include all of the information, but I'm also always available. And if it's a tricky question, I'm always happy to go to the FPPC and request a formal opinion from them. They do that service as well, so that you can be covered from the FPPC's, from the horse's mouth itself. So there's a lot of resources, and please feel free to reach out. The final law that I wanted to cover with you all is the California Public Records Act. And it is to remind you that the public has access to state and local government records. All government records are disclosable unless specifically made exempt. So again, a lot of attorney-client privilege, a lot of deliberative, there's a lot of protections that do exist, but know that the courts love to define this broadly. The law says any writing containing information relating to the conduct of the public's business prepared, owned, used, or retained by any state agency or local agency, regardless of physical form or characteristics. So the courts have read this to be very broad, which includes emails, texts, memos, etc. So assume that if it's commission business and you're typing it out, that it's game for a Public Records Act request. We have very tight deadlines. We have to initially answer within 10 calendar days, and then we can request a 14-day calendar extension. So typically you always have about a month. The presumption from the courts favors disclosure. There's a presumption, so it's a legal presumption to disclose that you will be producing. I always call it the front page of the LA Times rule. When you're writing commission business or you're trying, texting, would you be comfortable with it coming up on the first front page of the LA Times? It's an easy marker. Just as an FYI to all you, last year we received 8 significant PRAs that included commissioners, email, and travel. So just be aware that they do ask, and it becomes a considerable amount of work for us to go through that. The Public Records Act grants public access to state and local government records. So note that if you're using your work or personal email, to always try to copy a commissioner, member, or staff, because your personal emails would become part of the public record. Just as a note that the IT group can issue you a commission-only email account, so that if you're not comfortable using your work or personal email. So please do reach out to me if that is something that you would be interested in. And again, resources, Bagley Keene, there's a terrific it's basically an article put together by the Attorney General's office, and the League of Cities has put together a terrific big treatise on the Public Records Act. So again, I'm not telling you to go read these, but these are very helpful guides that I rely on every year to get to the nitty-gritty questions. And here's my counsel, my information. That is my cell phone. I love texting, calling, my email. Like, those are great ways to reach out to me. And I really do think if you have like maybe just call me. There's not a big deal. We'll hash it out if something needs to be disclosed or not. So happy to take any commissioner questions.
Thank you, Sandra. We appreciate the overview and also your partnership in ensuring we have questions answered and information at our disposal to make the best decisions. So at this time, I would like to invite commissioners to offer comments.
I am also governed by rules that apply to legislative staff, so I'm confused. I have to file a 700 form by this April. Am I supposed to identify myself as a commissioner on the same form, or do I have to file 2 different forms?
Usually you just list all your positions on one form so that you cover all your bases.
And secondly, I'm also governed by the Legislative Records Act, which is a little different than the Public Records Act requests. And I feel like if anything involving my emails is requested, that it should be governed by the Legislative Records Act and not the PRA, which has not been respected.
Well, the hard part is it's what hat are you wearing? The courts will always see, were you writing this email as a legislative member, or are you writing it as a commissioner designee?
Well, I'm representing a legislator on the commission.
Yes, so it gets tricky, right? So
that's my legal view, and I'm a lawyer too.
Any other commissioner questions? I have a general question, Sandra. I went to a recent meeting to talk about Medi-Cal unwinding, and one of the announcements was, if you are a Form 700 filer, make sure you fill out this survey, right? Even though that topic has nothing to do with my mental health commission hat, right? It was just a blanket question. So I'm curious, how does that work? Like, do we have to report all of the events that others may be subject to, even though it's not mental health specific? I still have to do it anyway because my cover California hat.
I might need more information about what it was to be able to give you a better answer.
It was sponsored by like a consulting agency, and there was lunch.
Yeah, and then this is where it was a consultant agency. My recommendation is does it hurt just to like file it for the commission, just for full transparency? You
Yeah,
know,
it doesn't at all, but
Exactly.
even when it's not the topic
Yes,
of
and I think there's going to be a lot of judgment calls, you know, a lot of them where you're just like, could this potentially be read? I just saw, or new, like the press loves to write, even if it's not illegal, you know, like they're like, look at all the money they've accepted, you know, like it's, you know, you have to just always think about the public perception on that. And I'm of the recommendation, and I'm a lawyer, so I'm super conservative on this. I'm like, just report it. There's no harm in just, you know, saying, I've put it all out there, whether or not technically you're required to do it. Commissioner Brown?
Sandra, so my question is similar, I guess, to Supervisor Schwartz, is when she and I, and I'm assuming a number of others here, have responsibility to file for multiple positions. Who is the filing officer in that case? In other words, is it your primary position and then we CC the commission, or are they all considered filing officers? Because ours is different than,
What do you mean? So you have a different form that you fill out for
well,
the county?
it relates to this electronic filing because I was told by our registrar of voters who handles all the stuff down in the county that that you didn't have to do the electronic version. You could do it electronically, but basically make a PDF and then forward that. And I'm told now that the act has a thing that specifically says for commission members, if the FPPC is the filing officer, it's required to do but is the FPPC the filing officer if my primary filing is for the county?
You would have to, from what I understand here, is this Governor Newsom signed a law last fall requiring the FPPC filings all to be done online. So they cannot accept paper filings. So your commission filing now has to be, because we cannot accept paper filings anymore, according to the FPPC. Like, and their system is now a computer system, right? So they're just going to kick out fines if they don't see it. You have to file electronically with the FPPC, and you can continue to file on paper form anywhere else because they've taken away our ability to file the paper version with the FPPC. Like they said, they're not
And I guess
accepting.
just for the sake of argument, that law, and I don't think anybody is probably fitting that category now, but suppose we had a commissioner who, for whatever reason, chose not to have or use computers. They didn't own one, they didn't use one, they were retired, they didn't have access to one, what have you. I mean, how could you hold them to that
And
standard?
that's a fair question. I think that at that point, I would probably intervene and connect with the FPPC about whether or not they can file it electronically for the individual. I know that we don't have the capacity to do it. So it would be directly with the FPPC of working with them to
Okay.
file
Yeah,
it.
it just seemed, I mean, it's burdensome because we've already done the other ones and now have to go back and do the
Yeah.
electronic filing.
I understand. And it caught me by surprise. The law passed in November. He signed it into law saying that all filings must be done
But
electronically.
just for the record,
Or FPPC.
the FPPC is the filing officer for
Or our commission meeting,
the commission.
correct? Yes. For your work on the commission, it's the FPPC is the filing officer.
Sandra, I have a question on the timing. I also am required to file my FPPC form April 1st. I had connected with our joint legislative ethics attorney, and I said, at what point, and I know there are timing requirements here within 30 days of appointment, do I disclose my membership in this commission? And he actually said, I don't have to do it until next year's filing. And so I just want to be consistent because obviously April 1st is just really around the corner and I can amend my FPPC. So which timing do you think I ought to comply with?
I think the advice you received was correct because you're an ongoing filer, correct?
Okay, so
Yeah.
this
Mhm.
year, because I've already filed.
You're an ongoing filer,
Okay,
yes.
thank you so much.
Any final questions? Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Got it. Mariani, we're going to open it up for public comment now. If you could help us with that process, please.
Yes. We will now do public comment. If you would like to offer public comment, please submit the green card, raise your hand online using *9, or if calling in by phone. We currently have no in-room comments, and we also do not have any virtual comments.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you again, Sandra. I'm sure you'll have many questions as these processes move forward in the next 5 days, everybody, 5 days. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 6, portfolio of projects. This is the commission's portfolio of projects, and this time together is intended to brief commissioners on overarching state initiatives in behavioral health that have impacted our work as a commission, as well as key programs and projects that will provide you, again, this is to familiarize our newer commissioners and re-familiarize our existing commissioners, our longstanding commissioners, on the history, the objectives, and progress on these programs and projects, as well as an overview of how the budget allocates resources to support each of these work streams. We're ahead of schedule. I don't want to jinx anything. So we were intended to have a break halfway through this presentation, but we might actually finish the presentation. So we'll see. No pressure, Will. So let's see how that goes. I'm going to give the floor to our interim executive director.
Thank you very much. For those who are following in the package that's been distributed, the sheet that follows Sandra's items actually belongs at the end of what I am going to present. So don't pay too much attention to it now. We'll come back to it a little bit later. So I think, Cody, if you could bring up the slides, the landscape slides. Thanks. What we wanted to start with today was a sort of review of the context in which the commission's work is going to be occurring, given the amount of change that is sort of underway in our behavioral health space in California. We're not going to, or I'm not going to, particularly spend any time sort of speculating on what might be happening at the federal level, or what might happen in the forthcoming budget activities between the administration and the legislature. Those are always dynamic processes, and we adjust as they occur. So we're really starting from the where things were in a sort of a status quo sort of setting. Oops, how does this work? Here we go. So what I wanted to do was sort of start by talking about just how our overall behavioral health system is structured and supported. There are probably most everybody in this room knows this as well or better than me, but bear with me because I'm going to try to be focusing on it, particularly from a sort of a where does the commission's interests potentially intersect with this. So what we're doing in this and the subsequent slides is looking at the public system that serves low-income people in California. That's approximately 15 million people who are in the Medi-Cal program that is sort of funded and operates through the Department of Healthcare Services. There's an additional 3 million people in the Medicare system, and some of them access some parts of the Medi-Cal system depending on individual circumstance. But the major focus in this is the Medi-Cal program. You'll sort of notice the little footnote at the bottom, which we're excluding from this conversation those people who are in Department of State hospitals. That's about 8,200 people at this point. And we're excluding people who are receiving behavioral health services through the corrections system, the state prison system. There's approximately 100,000 people in the state prison system at any moment. And at any moment, about 1/3 of them are receiving behavioral health services. But it's, again, not within the ambit of sort of the operating system that we are directly involved with. And the issue of sort of provision of health services and behavioral health services in particular in the correction system it's outside of the Medi-Cal funded system. And it's, as you may have read in the papers recently, there's been a new sort of the federal court has appointed a new overseer because of concerns of the adequacy of care in the correction system. So that's always been a sort of a sore thing with us. Beyond the public system, of course, there's a large private commercial healthcare system in California. About 13 million people are probably enrolled in the various private commercial plans. By the laws around parity, they are supposed to be providing behavioral health care to their members. Frankly, I mean, I think there's a lot of dissatisfaction with that care. It's sort of one of the great ironies that the better quality care is considered to be in the system for low-income people. And it's, one can speculate as to the economic motives of the private commercials to have limited care. Back when I was over as director at DHCS and Peter Lee was at Covered California and our colleagues at CalPERS, we started a process of trying to talk about how could we try to elevate the care levels and adequacy in the commercial space to be comparable to the Medi-Cal space. Unfortunately, that sort of the conversation ran aground because both Peter and I were leaving at exactly the same time. And but it's something that sort of sits out there as an important question. So as noted up here, approximately 90% of the people with non-specialty, mild to moderate behavioral healthcare needs have those needs provided through the managed care plans that operate in the Medi-Cal system. There are about 20 managed care plans in California that are under contract to DHCS. In a sort of interesting sort of reversal in patterns over time, the number of sort of nonprofit or governmental county organized health system type plans has grown to exceed the number of private commercial plans who are contracting. And then additionally, there's Kaiser Permanente, which I'm never quite sure which bucket to put them in, as commercial or nonprofit, whatever they're. But they're a big player across the state. So about 90% are through the managed care plans. And about the remainder, the 10%, are in fee-for-service for one or another reason. And that can be early enrollment. They've been enrolled in Medi-Cal. They haven't yet been assigned into a managed care plan, or there might be some limited service areas that exclude. Yeah, Commissioner Gordon.
I just wondered if you could clarify, some people will have heard of something called a federally qualified health center,
Yeah.
FQHCs.
Yeah.
Could you talk about how they fit into this
Yes.
montage?
FQHCs are in many ways I would say the backbone of the delivery system for low-income Californians. I mean, it's where a great many people actually receive their care, as opposed to at, the medical office down the street. And so the FQs basically contract with the managed care plans and with DHCS, and then they have sort of set billing rates that they engage in. They tend to be very localized, although some of them are in like chains, and they tend to be community reflective to a significant extent. And so one of the things that sort of back 3 or 4 years ago, DHCS, we were doing, and actually it was with Kaiser in particular, was Secretary Ghali and DHCS were working with Kaiser to try to say, how can we get the sort of system of care management systems that Kaiser has done, so very well, how do we get those to the FQs as a way of helping them increase, frankly, their quality levels and their satisfaction levels? But they are a very big piece of the delivery system. Just one other sort of step back in time. California sort of, and not only California, but moved heavily in the sort of aughts, 2000s, and then very much faster in the 2010s, from fee-for-service as a system of care to people to managed care. And there were, two logics behind it. One was the belief that managed care had the ability to sort of better organize people's access to care and link them across provider types and service types. And frankly, it was also believed that it would rationalize the cost side. And by implementing managed care, we could sort of bend the cost growth curve in the public health system. And which is, probably true, that it had much of that effect. There was a lot of sensitivity on the part of recipients who didn't want to be moved from fee-for-service into managed care, and so it was fairly political as it unfolded. Then, sort of in the 2010s, as it was accelerating, the late 2010s and into the Newsom administration, I think that there was really sort of a sense of we can go to managed care as almost one throat to choke, and sort of have the ability sort of demand certain performances and outcomes and enforce it. I think that's still an uneven process, but it was sort of the motive to move basically the whole system into managed care. So in terms of what Medi-Cal is spending on managed care behavioral health, the current DHCS budget is about 530 million. That is being reimbursed to the managed care plans, meaning they're claiming that for behavioral health. The access and engagement rates, and access is one contact in a year. So each Medi-Cal recipient who received a service from a plan once is the access rate. And engagement is those who receive 5 in a year. So it's sort of continuity, and is 11.9% for access, almost 4% for the engagement rate. It varies very widely by race and also by language. So in the non-specialty managed care side, for example, the rates of access for African Americans is much lower than other ethnic groups. But when we move over to the specialty mental health system and in the counties and the SUD, that flips, and you wind up with different racial variations, and African Americans are accessing it at higher rates than other systems, which could be a combination of a couple of things. It could be a combination of just the sort of extremes of distress that people are living in terms of poverty, in terms of the effects of institutional racism, over-policing, et cetera, or it could be lack of access in the earlier mild to moderate care. And I don't know that anyone really has a good handle on this, but it's just something to be sensitive to. So specialty mental health and SUD services are provided through the county systems. And these are the sort of the intensive services for Medi-Cal members who live with serious behavioral health issues and meet specific medical necessity criteria for to be included in the specialty side. One of the issues that has been problematic in the past is access between the managed care, mild to moderate care, and the specialty care at the county level. CalAIM, which we'll talk about in a moment, one of its goals was to sort of decongest that and make linkage better than it is now. But so anyway, these are provided by 56 county behavioral health plans. There are 56 because there are a couple of little counties who share behavioral plans, and then City of Berkeley and I think City of Long Beach have their own departments, and so they make the count a little weird. When we look at how this is funded, I mean, it's an $8 billion system, basically. The Behavioral Health Services Fund, which is what we participate in, is a very big part of this. It's basically 2.7 or almost 3 billion. No, I hate to say it. I think, yeah. I will later double check this, but I think these are some a year ago numbers, because I think the BHSSA number for this year is more like 3 billion. The realignment one is a bit of history here. 1991 realignment. At that point, the state basically funded most of all of the costs related to behavioral health, most of social services, et cetera. In 1991, there was a budget problem. And so there was a two motivations lay behind what came next. One was how to raise taxes without raising taxes, or without appearing to raise taxes. And so the Wilson administration, Pete Wilson was governor then, and Willie Brown was speaker. They sort of came up with this notion of realignment that said, we will give a portion of a new sales tax and a portion of a new increment on the vehicle license fee. We will give those directly to the counties. They won't go through the state treasury. By not going through the state treasury, they're not subject to any of the existing prior deductions, primarily Prop 98. So it was, I think, in some respects, a workaround Prop 98, but it allowed the state to transfer the costs of running a large part of social services and a large part of health and a large part of behavioral health to the counties. And the second motive in that was the belief that if the counties now had a fiscal interest in the programs, had skin in that game, that they would then be managing utilization rates, managing the costs of services, managing the costs that they were going to pay their employees, et cetera, more tightly than if it was sort of a state-funded issue. So realignment one occurred. It both gave the counties a sort of that base source of funding, as well as growth on top of those funding sources. So if the sales tax was going up, if vehicle license fees were going up, the counties would continue to get growth out of that. Realignment 2 took place in 2011, 2012, which was, again, another budget problem in the state. And so Realignment 2, under the Brown administration, moved large parts of law enforcement, criminal justice costs that the state had then been bearing, moved those to county level, as well as moved basically most of the rest of behavioral health, social services, et cetera, to the counties. it coincided with or shortly followed, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, which by expanding, in California's case, coverage for individuals who were not previously Medi-Cal eligible, it sort of moved the payment responsibility for indigents for healthcare from the county to the state. And so there was this complicated system of swaps as to we the state took the cost of the state share of Medi-Cal for the basically 18 to 65-year-old single adults, and in exchange gave the counties yet more of the CalWorks and behavioral health costs. So all to say, these are the funding sources that together then draw down federal Medi-Cal dollars to the counties to produce this $8 billion system that operates at the county level. It's worth going through those steps just because different pieces of that will become involved in the Proposition 1 implementation as we get into the next steps. Sure.
Commissioner, please use your mic so that the
Yeah.
online folks can
Yeah,
hear.
thank you. So the $2 million SAMHSA grants, is that the only federal money that the state is getting in this whole behavioral health?
No, that's
Okay,
supposed to,
okay.
I beg your pardon, that's supposed to be 234 million. I don't know why that shows up as 2 million.
Okay, all right.
Um,
Thank you.
Later on, we'll correct this slide because it's got a couple of little errors in it. Again, as I mentioned, access and engagement varies widely, and so the recent California initiatives that we then have to sort of, I think, consider the work we're going to move forward with in the future in light of are these. And again, to speak to sort of the motive behind these initiatives, which were sort of pretty much all in the Newsom administration, there are a couple of things. The Affordable Care Act and the Medi-Cal expansion to the basically single adult population. California took the widest possible advantage of that, and it basically resulted in a huge expansion of the Medi-Cal program. And the way the federal law was structured, the cost, whereas most of Medi-Cal up to that point, family Medi-Cal as we think of it, is basically a 50-50 share, state and federal. Under the ACA, the expansion Medi-Cal was 90-10, federal, state. So 90% of the cost was at the federal level. And this sort of led to the sort of realization that this was a vastly bigger potential tool for addressing issues of poverty than all of the other tools the state had put together. So the TANF CalWorks program and the SNAP food stamp program and stuff were dwarfed by this Medi-Cal program. And the other realization that people had known for a long time was that of health wellness, way less than half of what contributes to health wellness is clinical medical intervention. It is basically, it's environmental and social. It's what are the conditions you're living in, what's your nutrition, what's your safety of your community, what's, and to the extent that that Medi-Cal dollar now, this very expanded Medi-Cal dollar, could be used as muscle to address social determinants of health, that this was sort of an opportunity that was, really of huge potential for California. And California, I would say, has pursued this agenda much more aggressively than any other state. Other states are paying attention and watching and hoping to follow, but California really has been in front on this. So if you look at it in sort of terms of years, in 2021, and we'll go into more detail in a second, SB 803, which sort of permitted the peers expansion, the CalAIM initiative, the BCHIP program were all launched in that year. 2022, the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative was launched. 2023, the 988 crisis support systems were launched. 2024, Proposition 1, the voters passed it. And then it says 2025, late December 2024, the BH Connect waiver was approved by the Biden administration. So the other thing that was happening in this period was the increased coverage, and this was not at the on the federal dime, the increased coverage of undocumented immigrants in California, starting with children and youth, then adding those over age 65, and then over this past year, adding the adult population. So that in theory, there should be no uninsured people in California at this point. That's in theory. I mean, there's going to be all sorts of reasons why that's not actual, but the exceptions hopefully are on the margin. They're not core. So back in 2021, SB 803, former Commissioner Jim Bell was the legislative sponsor, was after quite a bit of negotiation with the administration, it was adopted and signed by the governor. It brought California late into the approval of peers as a behavioral health provider. And the condition was that the counties would have to opt into the peers program. County behavioral health would have to opt in, and they would have to pay the non-federal share of the benefit cost, of the employment, basically the salary cost. It was structured so that Cal Mesa, which is sort of an association of the state, of the county agencies, would do the credentialing and the training for the peers. I think at this point, 53 counties have opted in to the peers program. I think about 5,300 peers have been credentialed by Cal Mesa. In terms of the prior lived experience of the peers, about a little over 4,000 had mental health prior lived experience declared, and about 2,700 prior SUD experience. 67% of women, 34% white, 33% Latino, 15% Black. This is something which I think has enormous potential for California, the peer system. However, it is not fully mapped out, or peers are not in any way fully integrated into sort of the health delivery system at this point. According to the Cal Mesa site, only about a half are currently, of the peers who have been credentialed, are currently employed. And I sort of throw a big star on this to say, this, I think, is an area that has enormous opportunity for the commission to make significant change in how our health delivery system, behavioral health delivery system is going to work in California. Yeah, they can be employed in the private sector as well, but it's primarily the counties at this stage.
Add to that, I think what's happening right now is that because of the expansion with CalAIM and ECM, the peers have been operating as CHWs in the commercial plans, but we haven't been getting the credit We've been educating the commercial plans about our expertise, and I think they are really well receptive more now to understanding our workforce. I think, like Will said, it is an opportunity for the commission to do work to uplift this workforce, which has been the fastest growing credentialing workforce that's been supporting basically as allied professionals, ECM, CalAIM, community supports. So I'm motivated. I think the missed opportunity was only leaving it to the counties, which pigeonholes our workforce that specializes in physical health and behavioral health conditions. But I think this is the opportunity for commercial plans to understand our workforce, and with the deficit of people, just clinicians, not being able to perform the services needed, the peers have been stepping up on integrated teams. And not to just sound like a broken record, but I really just want to embody what Will is saying about the opportunity for this workforce to really support with the outcomes that commercial plans and counties are trying to achieve.
You mentioned the difference between public employment and private sector, but how many of the county, quote unquote, peers are actually contracted from NGOs or from other organizations rather than actual members of their behavioral wellness departments?
I would say most.
Most are contracted.
Yeah.
So they are in essence working for.
Yeah. But I mean, I think there's still an enormous amount of exploration needed here to try to figure out what have been the barriers for peers actually connecting. I mean, some of the county behavioral health departments sort of express concerns around liability questions and, peer supervision questions. And I don't think it's anybody's bad intentions. I just think it's something that hasn't been mapped out fully and problem solved as fully as it can be. Commissioner Gordon?
Yeah, I was just going to say to Commissioner Chambers' comment about not getting credit, I think the notion of peers appears in many other job classifications that are out there. They're just not done through the training by Cal Mesa. I know we have some pipeline programs. A lot of the HCI wellness coaches would be in the manner of peers, just with a different. So I think the expansion of that is well underway and very, very fruitful. It's just that there are different training components for these different roles.
Just for clarification, so Commissioner Brown asked about contracts, but you said most are contracted. Is that what you said?
That's my impression, that most are county behavioral health departments, rather than making them employees, are,
They're contracted with CBOs, is
Right.
that?
I mean, that's
Yeah,
what Karen
that-
was just, I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but I mean, apparently I just believe that there's an opportunity to address stigma and challenges
Great.
around arrest. Like, there is just stigma. And I think as a commission, we can uplift because we are basically dependent on a system that's asking us about liability as our only workforce. I mean, they led with like, oh, what's the liability issues? As somebody that employs clinicians and non-clinicians, I have the same liability. I'm not a county, but I deal with the same issues that I deal with the clinicians and my peers. So, I mean, it's just, it is a little daunting to hear that, but I'm looking forward to us like overperforming in CalAIM with ECM and the legislation that we're working on to get peers. AB 96 is recognized as CHWs. But you have to remember, this is an opt-in project being serviced for these counties. They are risk adverse, and they have a lot of opportunities to address stigma. In a workforce where, I mean, we are basically providing hope and opportunity for people getting out of jails, DCFS, like the whole system. We are represent that recovery works, and we are just trying to get in the door still when we're the 49th state to do this. So I would really like support amongst like other people that believe in second chances.
Mhm.
I think that's really the thing. Like, do you believe that people can thrive when they've made a mistake and move forward. I think those are core things that we have to address with behavioral health directors, with commercial plans, with CEOs, ourselves, our families, you know?
Yeah, I could not agree more. Thank you so much, Commissioner Chambers. So
so-
I appreciated that. I think that was my big question, was the contracted versus the employed. And I think it's made really clear when one of your responses there, Will, is the liability. So, and then the other thing I just wanted to ask, you shared some of the demographics. So could we get that in
sure.
writing, just so I
Yeah,
could understand that further? And Commissioner Chambers, 100% agree with you. So I would absolutely like to see how this commission could lift that up.
And it's mostly us, you know, it's Black, it's led by mostly Latinos, Blacks, API. We are and whites, we are so diverse. And I'm excited. I mean, we have a matrix on Cal Mesa's website that is real time, that's live right now, that you can go on right now and see our progress in our great state of California. And the peer-led organizations are doing this. So, yeah.
Right there. Thank you.
Not to kidnap the presentation, but again, Commissioner Chambers' point about over a decade ago, the state of Pennsylvania, I had contact with them, and they had peers as part of their state managed care plan. So we're behind in that respect. Let's just be clear. Yes. So yeah, we're behind. Number two, Commissioner Brown said NGOs or non-government organizations, which I equate to in our language as CBOs, community-based organizations. And so specific to Sacramento County, I think I can say this, that 80% of the behavioral health services, not the dollars, but the services are provided by CBOs. Many, in fact, all of those CBOs employ individuals who are, because of that last bullet, get credentialed and now, because again, California was late, they get credentialed now, so peers can now draw down federal FFP so that we can get paid. Those are CBOs that are providing that service under contract with the county. So again, under contract with the county. So you might think it's the county, but it's a CBO that contracts with the county that has an entire workforce that is identified as peers by virtue of that last bullet.
If I could just sort of add a little bit of background as to partly why it was so slow in coming up in California. And it's part of the dynamic that we just have to learn to navigate and live with. California is semi-unique in that we have, quote unquote, carved out specialty mental health as a county service, while the remainder of the health system, including mild to moderate, is sort of at a state level contracted through the state, through DHCS. Because of realignment and the movement of those dollars to the county, the counties now consider those dollars county funds. I mean, they will say, that's our general fund. Okay. We can argue all day long as to whether the state or the county's got the short end of the stick on realignment. You will hear convincing arguments impassionately from both sides. However, the match money is now at the local level for behavioral health Medicaid. So why California was so slow getting to this was the people who were pushing the agenda wanted the state to essentially pick up the non-federal share of the cost. And the state's position was, we gave you the money. If it's a priority to you, you do it. And I'm making it a little more vulgar than, no one quite said it like that, but that was the underlying message. And it took this fairly unusual negotiation that was, and I was sort of on the other end of it at DHCS, with Bell, and then with some of the advocacy groups, CBHDA in particular, who was pushing this, to sort of come to this agreement that the counties would have to be responsible for the non-federal share. And that's the only way this could move forward. And so that sort of created this dynamic that finally we made the breakthrough. We were able to say we could do it, but it still left it in those days as counties were not necessarily as enthusiastic as they had been when they were first proposing it, just because of the cost factor. I want to jump ahead because the next piece sort of, I think, ties to this, which is CalAIM. CalAIM was being designed and developed at exactly the same time that we were doing the peers negotiation. And this was the initiative, the goal of which was to say, can we use the Medi-Cal system to address social determinants of health? And what initially had a very clumsy name was in lieu of services. So we came up with this list of in lieu of services that if the managed care plan could identify a client for whom providing medically managed meals or providing housing navigation or providing other non-clinical services, if it would avert probable clinical emergency room or hospitalization or treatment costs, then they became allowable Medi-Cal expenses. And the goal here was to really sort of pull the managed care plans, and they also got incentive payments and a bunch of other stuff, towards offering a suite of non-clinical services to people whose health needs were significantly conditioned by and made worse by the living conditions. And it was how to mesh the two. An additional piece of CalAIM was enhanced care management, the ECM providers that Rochelle mentioned, particularly to support reentry from institutions to community with linkage to both behavioral health, physical health, and the community services. The best estimate from sort of the UCSF studies on homelessness says, 20 to 30% of the people who are chronically homeless, their initial entry to homelessness was as a result of a bad transition from an institution, primarily prisons and jails. But also, in some cases, hospitals or IMDs or things like that. And so what California succeeded in doing was the first state to get permission to start providing Medi-Cal reimbursed care in jails and prisons up to 90 days before release of the individual. So, and the enhanced care management would start then to sort of make sure that all of the transitions had been pre-planned, so that as the person left the institution, they were hopefully moving into a stable environment linked to services. About 4 or 5 counties actually started operating this last October, a handful more in January. All counties are supposed to be operating this, and CDC are supposed to be operating by April of 2026. That's everybody's supposed to be on it. So this was a really important, I think, move towards trying to integrate care. It did a restructuring on how behavioral health departments get federal financial participation. Counties still struggling with it a bit. It streamlined access to care, and very importantly, it removed the diagnostic requirement for early periodic screening diagnostic treatment services for youth. California had been, I would say, illegitimately requiring a diagnosis of a mental health condition before turning on EPSDT. In fact, EPSDT is intended to be, if anything, if someone's potential development would be improved by provision of services. They're supposed to get those services. So finally, this was recognized, and that was done. And then the other thing that was part of CalAIM that I think, again, is critical was recognition of the community health workers as a Medi-Cal reimbursable provider. And the community health workers, in some setting, known as promotores or, representatives, et cetera. These were the people who were known to the community, they're familiar in the community, they're trusted in the community, and a lot of the evidence that we were seeing, particularly during the pandemic experience, was telling us a big part of the disparity in healthcare based on race was on not seeing a provider who looked like you, and the sort of the absence of a trusting relationship. And so as of last year, there were, I think there's been about 6,700 community health workers have been sort of licensed or not. It's an unlicensed trained health educator category, but it has an approval process. The goal was to have 25,000 by this year. They're not going to hit that goal, but they're making good progress. And integrating the community health worker with the peers worker, and then in the second we'll hit wellness coaches, is one of those challenges that I think is still sitting there as to how do all of these line up. And the community health worker reimbursement rates are probably too low. I know DHCS is under a lot of pressure to reconsider them. These will continue to be moving pieces, but they're real. I think one of the biggest challenges to the success of CalAIM is the difficulty that the CBOs, community-based organizations, that work at the ground level have. These are the people where the enhanced care managers are going to work. Their difficulty in working with the managed care plan. The managed care plans don't know who they are, don't have relationships with them. The CBOs don't have billing capacity. They don't have Medicaid coding knowledge. And this disconnect is something that across the whole system, I think, is going to take a lot of work over the next couple of years to make that actually become real. In the thing I was doing before I came over here, the Office of Youth Community Restoration, we put out something like $13 million to start training cohorts of the sorts of organizations that deal naturally with the juvenile justice population, either before they go into the system or when they're coming out of the system, to sort of train them how to be players in the enhanced care management and CHW environment, because they're not going to know it. These are organizations that have been living on the margins anyway, and for them to make the leap into being Medi-Cal providers is a huge leap. And so they're literally putting money out there to train 2 cohorts of CBOs to be ready to do it.
Well, just real quick, are we, and I'm not, because I know we got a long presentation, but in your mind, do you think, because I just think that was profound that all this knowledge that you're dropping is just wild. But are we going, the commission, and I think, or maybe this is a call for us, like, I think that's a good opportunity for us to bridge what you said, because as a small provider, you're like preaching to like what I hear about from California and CBOs across the state. And like, we want to know the health plans. And I'm like, we need multiple bodies to be able to facilitate that conversation.
The reason I take the note that it's a long presentation, so hurry it up, Will. But the reason I'm emphasizing these particular things is because I do think that these are the spots and places where, if the commission chooses, you can be a very significant value-added player in the near mid future. because a lot of things are in play. They're not perfect yet. They're not all worked out. And finding the room and the space and the time to do the micro is, I think, very useful. Commissioner.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think where this is very helpful to listen to the evolution of how this has been put together, it highlights some of the issues around the biggest problem really is access for our most underserved communities and families and young people. So let me give you an example of a bureaucracy thing that's going on, which is inconsistent with an efficient way of dealing with this, but it's a good idea. So there are first 5 commissions in every county, and they focus on the 0 to 5. So CalAIM is directing now that managed care plans should have MOUs with the first 5 to amp up the services to young people in the 0 to 5 space. Well, that's a very complicated process. And in Sacramento and San Diego, there's 4 separate managed care plans that you need to negotiate with. When the issue around it is pretty straightforward. You want to bring better access to services so if we could decomplicate it and bring in the first 5, because first 5 has one person available to do this, it will take too long. But the general framework for this makes great sense. It's the refinements of it.
And yes, and as a sort of an analogy to that, sorry, let me get closer. As sort of an analogy to that, in what I was just describing, the thing at Office of Youth Community Restoration, one of the things that after bringing the cohorts in and familiarizing them and introducing them to the managed care plans, then sitting in back is Full Circle Partnership, which is going to sort of be the broker, the single billing point between the CBOs and the plans, so that they don't so that each organization doesn't have to create the back office Medi-Cal knowledge and capacity to successfully bill. Let me jump ahead a second. Another piece that sort of it was emerging in the same period as the Behavioral Health Community Investment Project. This was both legislation back in 2021, and it's expanded by Proposition 1 with additional bond funds. So it's basically to support the infrastructure, whether that's linked housing, outpatient facilities, inpatient, crisis, respite, mobile crisis, et cetera. It's going out in a series of grants. What's in the second sort of bunch is about $3.3 billion, which is going to be split into 2 parts. The quote-unquote launch-ready projects, the applications for those were back in December. They're supposed to announce the funded projects in May, and then there'll be a second round in May for quote-unquote unmet needs. And yeah, it's BCHIP and bond. It's funny, they've sort of merged, and they're not quite technically the same. BCHIP, for example, when we designed BCHIP, it could not, well, it says they're unlocked. It's not supposed to say that. BCHIP was unlocked only. The bond fund under Prop 1 can include locked facilities. And so there are little differences, but they're sort of being swept into the same concept. And it's basically the same staff that's sitting in the background.
This sounds great. Like if someone committed to all this stuff, I would make sure, I read an article, I would make sure that private facilities don't co-opt and take over all this. Because they have been ready. I mean, you have billions of dollars and millions of dollars. you're gonna be more ready to do all this stuff. And yeah, you want people who are qualified to do the work, but like, I think there's an opportunity for us once again to ensure that how we work or support that community-based organizations, even if they're connected to investors or like architects, like these things that we're not like a group of people once again are consistently not gonna be at the table because, like you were saying, ready stuff, I mean, facilities. I mean,
It's-
I'm not telling you.
No, well, yeah, no, I mean, it's been a tension, I mean, throughout, is that when you say, when there's an urgency to get the money out because of all sorts of reasons, there's a natural tendency that the usual suspects show up at the front door because they know the game. And as we get into this last round, the unmet needs, I'm sort of emphasizing that one. That's, I think, an opportunity for the commission to lean in and be sort of saying, what is it that I mean, this afternoon, we're going to have a bit of a conversation about peer respite. So I don't want to go into that now, but I mean, I think that's an area that we should be trying to figure, how can we leverage and access? Because it's there but it's a matter of leadership and linkage. Okay, whoops, what happened? Did I turn it up? Oh, there, nope, back. Next. Whoops, other way, thanks. All right. Oh, CYBHI. What does one say? This is a vast thing. It is, I think anyone who claims that they can describe it is by definition putting you on, because I don't know that anybody's got their arms all the way around it. Mark Galley had his arms all the way around it, but he was unique. It was a huge initiative. I mean, launched in 2021, and its goal was to address in a variety of ways, the needs of children and youth up to age 26 in California, whose behavioral health needs, mild to moderate, severe, whatever, needed further work. It clearly sort of exaggerated by the pandemic and the experience of that. So all I'm going to do is try to pick off some particular areas that I think have relevance to what we have done, will do, could do, et cetera. So to start with, it's a mix of both ongoing and time-limited resources. Let's go to the right first and look at the ongoing, just so we're clear. There are the virtual platforms that people are familiar with. Very importantly, the dyadic services benefit under Medi-Cal. This basically says, as an ongoing Medi-Cal reimbursable service, serving parent and child together and linking both physical and behavioral health goals so that the both identification of needs, but also the realization that a child's treatment and needs, children thrive in families, basically. Everything else is sort of a little bit superfluous. And if we're going to have an impact, it's going to be because the parent is understanding child's needs, not as distinct, child getting served and parent not really knowing. And then the other thing it does is it permanently authorizes the all-payer fee schedule, which says, again, back to the concept. Theoretically, every child in California has health insurance. Either they are on their parents' insurance under the provisions of ACA until they're age 26, and so they're in the commercial or covered California space, or they are on federal, state Medi-Cal because of income, or if they are undocumented, they are on state-only Medi-Cal. but there may be a unicorn that someone can find, but if you can find it, it's because somebody didn't do something they were supposed to do. So theoretically, there are no uncovered kids. So the notion was of the authorizing the all-payer fee schedule is that there's this river of health insurance money that flows on a constant basis. Schools are largely where kids spend most of their time. Schools where needs are sometimes, frequently identified, not always, but can be identified. To create a relationship between the atmospheric river of health insurance money, public-private, and the needs of the youth on the ground is the whole point of this. It has been hellishly hard, I guess is the polite way to say it. There was a hearing last week in Assembly, Budget Sub 1, that, you know, sort of you heard from Fresno County, we heard from, you know, COE, and we heard from LA Unified School District, you know, that they're working hard, they're committed to it, they're interested in it, but just making it work is difficult. So I put it there as one of the great potentials and great obstacles at the same time. If and when it works, it becomes a permanent source of support for the needs of a lot of kids. But getting it to work, the only way I can sort of liken it is, have you ever had the experience of trying to put two magnets together, the wrong ends? I don't care how you do it, you get this effect. And it's a matter of culture, it's a matter of technology, it's a matter of turf, it's a matter of professional whatever. Somehow, somewhere, we got to figure out how we get the magnets connecting the right way around. Because again, it's an enormous resource. On the left side is the time-limited stuff. The readiness funding to the local education groups to participate in the fee schedule. These are funds that roll off in a year or so. And so there's challenges ahead as to how that work continues. There's the readiness and innovation funding to CBOs to participate and contract, et cetera. And then funding to HCI, which is the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, to do workforce preparation and development. This is where the wellness coaches come into it. They're about $330 million to prepare wellness coaches, primarily to work in the school setting, with the school setting, as the services come up, and then also sort of workforce development for other kinds of providers, because one of the big recognitions is we don't have the behavioral health workforce that it takes to succeed. So this is sort of it's a tough one to get your arms around, but I think because of the creation of the all-payer fee schedule, it's one that we can't give up in frustration. Yeah.
I work with the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, kind of. I'm not really hit on the funding and how it works, but I do know that the community-based organizations are kind of like the center of it, because some of them are well-known, and then some of them aren't well-known. And I think that putting these community-based organizations in schools allows them to, one, get noticed more so that they can go up and down California, but also present like wellness on campuses. I know some campuses have clubs, you know, and I think that that's a perfect space to put a community-based organization, is as a club, in case schools are not interested in just having random people on their campus. They'd be able to like go through the proper channels, proper authorities, and make sure that they can do that. For youth under the age of 26, there is a Take Space to Pause campaign that's going on right now. It's for ages 13 to 17 in school. I have worked with some of my members in a campaign, and one of them is so stressed out at the moment, and I feel so bad. But the Take Space to Pause campaign has really been helping him go through this process because there's an online like care plan you can go through, takespacetopause.org. But you go on there and you kind of basically give the plan an idea of what's going on in your head. And it will generate its own kind of ideology for you of how you can help yourself. So I feel like adding that along with, say, something application-wise as well. I work with a app called Finch. It is extremely helpful in regards to just keeping me straight, routine. I don't feel like I would be the old me without Finch. I feel like I've been growing stronger, whether it's mentally, physically, all of the well-being. And if this is something that's recognized in schools, I think that that'd be helpful. There's Never a Bother and the Soluna as well. So there's things out there, and I think that putting funding towards like more apps and community-based organizations. I know schools have like little applications that they use already. So I think just adding something else that actually makes them feel comfortable rather than pressured would be extremely helpful. Like I said, I don't know how money works, the adverse childhood experiences. I did look into that as well. And I have a friend who's gone through this type of thing. So I do understand that the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative is there for us to feel safe, for us to feel comfortable, and for us to create a community within ourselves. This is the best way for us to bond and make us feel as if we belong in the world in general, because sometimes we're afraid to interact because we don't exactly know how other people are going to understand us. So we build this community right here with each other, with the idea of you're never bothered. Being empathetic to teens is really hard. But when you start building that community, it makes it easier to be empathetic. It allows me to say, hey, my peer isn't feeling good today and you're pressuring them a lot. Do you think maybe we can take a step back, take a break, and maybe gauge the classroom's emotional capacity at the moment? Because I feel like some people are feeling uncomfortable about what it is we're doing. And I feel like just having these type of programs is what builds that confidence, and it also helps them be the transitional aged youth. Like we're moving forward in life, and that's all we should be doing. Being successful, just finding a loving family, like everything that the adults get and that they want for their children, you can do it. It's the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. That's exactly what it's there for. Families, communities, children and youth to bond. So I think trying to get more funding out there for this is really important. I don't know how to express the importance of it except to say I am here because I'm representing the youth who have mental health issues. And I strongly agree that I have experienced all of this. I've had the support. I've gone to community-based organizations and conferences. Like I am truly here to advocate for the fact that there are resources, but the funds are not going to the resources. So yeah, the 4.6 billion, I just want to figure out how to get that, Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Will.
So, Will, basically you're saying here on this, I mean, I think all of us are aware of some great programs that exist in schools, and it makes perfect sense, as you said, and as you said you've benefited from. But the big challenge here is, you said, time-limited funds that roll off in 2026. So is it a $4.6 billion cliff, or is it 4.6 billion minus whatever Medicaid can be billed for on the right-hand side of the ledger there with the didactic services and whatnot. But what do you anticipate as the actual loss in terms of funding next year?
Most of it will be sort of, the 4 billion. There is a share of state cost in the platforms, the didactic services, that's relatively small. So, I mean, most of the funds will have been exhausted at that point. But probably frankly, the biggest piece of all this is that permanent all-payer fee schedule. That isn't coming from any special fund. That's the obligation of all of the health coverage plans in the state to support those kids. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could comment, having had some experience with this, again, this all makes sense with some major amendments. Number one, the fee schedule is not intended to supplant the work of managed care. The managed care work with schools and young people in an efficient way needs to be amped up with those basic funds. What the fee schedule does is it provides the schools with an opportunity to augment with their staffs, most of whom are not qualified to serve in the way that people from the health system serve, but to augment the services, just as Commissioner Cross was saying, with backup services, ancillary services. It's not going to replace, though,
no,
the mainline fund, and the two have to work together. So the managed care plans need to see the value of the relationships that schools have going in with young people and the access that can provide them if it all works together. The final thing I just wanted to say is the HCI work has to morph into something more ongoing in this way.
Yeah.
We're going to run out of mental health clinicians. We're going to run out of peer everythings unless we have a pipeline to bring young people through the system. We're piloting something in our county where we do stipending of young people as they go through community college, the BA and the technical training to be a clinician. And that's absolutely essential, or we'll run out of fun. And the schools are very, very eager to. We start in the junior highs.
And on the workforce funds that are ending, I have something coming up that will talk to that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, quick question. Do you have any update as to whether or not the wellness coaches have been approved as a provider type under the waiver?
Yes, they have. I think they have. Yeah.
Yes, they're approved.
Yeah.
They are. We use them for.
No, I understand.
For the
through
pipeline.
the grants that
Yeah.
we are, those capacity grants, but have they been approved under Medicaid?
Pretty sure they have. I'll double check.
Okay.
I don't want to mislead anyone, but I'm pretty sure they have. No?
Which grants, I think?
No. The wellness coaches as a Medicaid provider.
Yes.
Yeah. I was pretty sure.
And I'm pretty sure we
Yeah.
have because we use them in my organization.
Yes.
Let me double check and confirm.
There's, I think, a couple hundred that have been certified.
About their position or their rate?
That they're actually being able to pull down Medicaid dollars for their services?
Their rate hasn't been approved. That's what we understand.
Okay, let me double check and I'll confirm. I'll let you know by this afternoon. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna jump. Whoops. 988, this was something which started work in 2023. It's basically using both BCHIP funds and the telecom fee. It's sort of this significant expansion of the ability to have crisis response in the field that doesn't wind up sort of moving people straight to the front door of the carceral system, but rather sort of triaging in the field and sort of connecting to health care services. Prop 1. Okay, now we're on familiar territory to everyone here. Few things to emphasize. So, approved in 2024, refocused what had been the MHSA, now the BHSA, on the most disadvantaged people living in the community. Not without controversy, obviously. The fact that prevention was moved to CDPH as opposed to being sort of a allowable part of the county MHSA spend has been of concern to many. Very significantly, it expanded to include SUD services as both reimbursable, as a standalone in the BHSA fund, and also requires that sort of SUD be addressed in all the components of BHSA. I would say this is, and I know Commissioner Tsai will share in this, this is a huge challenge in just the knowledge gaps that we have sometimes at state level, sometimes at county levels, et cetera, as to how to bring these services together, who the providers are, what's the most efficient and effective ways of doing it. There's a lot of learning that's going to have to occur here. When I sort of try to imagine sort of future spaces for the commission, advancing this agenda, whether through pilots or teaching example, whatever, I think is enormously important. It adds behavioral health housing as a county requirement. It's, again, another big challenge area. Commissioner Contreras will speak to this. Most county behavioral health departments do not have any specific knowledge around housing. It's not something they did. When things like Project Room Key and Project Home Key were being brought up, they were really coming up through the homeless services side with sort of probably fairly limited engagement with the county behavioral health side. This now brings that issue front and center to county behavioral health. And the knowledge growth that has to occur is going to be significant. And again, an area that commission could play a large role in. It requires, in the early intervention area of the BHSA, it requires both addressing issues of early psychosis and therefore the coordinated specialty care variants, many of which this commission sort of piloted. So both, take a bow and, but know that as those go forward, there may be areas where knowledge we can share can help counties that haven't gone very far in this space. It also, the early intervention services also elevate CDEPs, the community developed evidence practices, in addition to all the evidence-based practice requirements that are contained in BHSA. Again, CDEPs are an area that in some communities, they are well developed, well understood. If you look across the state, there are big gaps. The CDEPs are particularly relevant, I think, to communities of color that have sort of developed systems of service and support that are local, and figuring out the ways to elevate those are going to be important. And finally, the full service partnerships that we've been very involved with historically now are to be tiered, involve intensive case management, assertive community treatment, forensic assertive community treatment, and I was sitting on a call the other day with Darrell Steinberg, who was sort of talking about the need to make access to FSPs a right. And in the legislation, there is the requirement that DHCS define levels of acuity that essentially will entitle people to access. And they're supposed to consult with the commission on developing those levels of acuity and putting them out there. So we have a role in this. And then final step that I would observe on this is as counties do their implementation planning for Behavioral Health Services Act, their plans are sort of, they need to be ready and operating July 1, 26. Although the commission is not the approval entity, DHCS will approve county plans. The commission gets to review the plans. They come to us as well. And I think that this is a particular opportunity for the commission to look at areas that are of specific interest to us. And those integrated plans don't just address the use of BHSA funds, they also address all those other parts of the wheel that we saw before. And that's why I sort of emphasized the wheel, because they're supposed to identify how all of the county's behavioral health resources are being deployed.
And that you think there's opportunities to support the counties on their integrated plans? Is that, because I mean,
Well, there's a two-parter. This afternoon, I think we're going to hear when we're talking about our advocacy contractors.
yeah, I was about to
Right,
literally say
right.
that, literally.
I think there's a huge role for them in
Okay,
it.
okay.
And because the integrated plans, if you look at the required participants,
Uh-huh.
it's a much broader group that have
Yes.
historically been in the county behavioral planning system. Help to the advocates to really bring people together and understand who the players are is going to be very important.
I think that's profound.
Well,
For us, if we
yeah.
do it, because, I mean, we need to participate. I mean,
But we also get it on the other end, which is when the integrated plans are being submitted, we also get to take a look. And we have the right to comment, we have the right to suggest, we have the right to worry. Okay, I'm going to keep us moving because I don't want to. This becomes the next final piece of this puzzle. Behavioral Health Connect. This was the waiver that was approved the end of December last year. And I sort of characterize it as being in this landscape, the glue that pulls everything together and makes it work. Among the different things it does, to the question about the HCI workforce, it makes an additional 1.9 billion available to HCI for various workforce activities over the next 4 years. Doesn't solve every problem by any means. HCI is now convening its workforce employment training. Yeah, it's called the WET program that is supposed to guide a lot of what they're going to do in this space. You know, we'll have input there and stuff. I mean, you, the commission. But that's where we need to be sure that we're approaching it as productively as we can. There are some downsides to this, which is the feds insisted in the negotiation that the payback for different levels of the support to individuals be 2 years to 4 years of work in a qualifying area, include an FQHC, et cetera, behavioral health, whatever. That may be a challenge for some of the people we would want to be promoting into that pathway, but it's a good problem to have to solve. BH Connect adds these as Medi-Cal benefits. The enhanced community health worker who will now, they're saying enhanced so that they'll be reimbursable for SUD services, which I think is a big step forward. It creates as a reimbursable category the continued coordinated specialty care for EPI. or for first episode psychosis in this instance. So that sort of enables that requirement in the BHSA plan for counties to actually be able to do it. It makes clubhouse services a reimbursable medical service. It provides, very important, activity supports in the child welfare space for wellness and strength development. These are all the things like the swim club, dance lessons, whatever other kids get that make their lives whole and fulfilling and help them grow, start to become eligible based on need under the child welfare system. And hugely important, the transitional rent program. It makes Medi-Cal reimbursable for 6 months of transitional rent for people who need it as a part of their health plan, their behavioral health plan. And this will begin in opt-in counties in July of this year, and then it's supposed to be all counties by July 26. Housing is such a key thing in California's ecosystem that being able to address rent costs is really huge. It allows us to align the CAN system between child welfare, behavioral health. It includes these very evidence-based practices available for child welfare. And this sort of doesn't seem to follow from those, but it's important. It allows normally under Medicaid, if someone is in a locked behavioral health facility, they're not eligible for reimbursement under the Medicaid system. That's called the IMD exclusion. This waiver allows an exception to that, and this is a very big deal to county behavioral health, who has been paying 100% of the cost of IMD care up to this point. If the counties provide the full suite of evidence-based practices. So they have to do the CSCs, they have to do the housing, they have to do individual support employment services. Basically, they have to build out a full continuum of community-based services before they can access the IMD exclusion. And then the IMD exclusion has to be short-term. It's max of 60 days in an episode, and the state average has to stay under 30 days. But it will incentivize, I think, a lot of counties to want to provide the service. And finally, in the landscape, the BH Connect waiver says DHCS will establish and fund centers of excellence to support their implementation. So with basically the FSPs will be the UCLA Public Mental Health Partnership, Coordinated Specialty Care, UC Davis, which is where we have our contract for TA or for CSC. The individual placement and supports will use the IPS Center. Clubhouse Services will use Clubhouse International. And the evidence-based practices for children and youth will tie back to the MST, FFT, PSIT services. Okay, let's look at us. This will be fast, I promise you.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Hi, Karen Larson. This is my first time commenting. I'm going to say out loud that I'm the CEO of the Steinberg Institute, but my comments come from this place of someone that's been in this world, this behavioral health world, for over 30 years. So I'm speaking from that perspective. It's been so great to have you, Will, take on this role in the interim, because you have all this history and provide that context for us, and even some recommendations for us on things we might want to focus on. I will say, like, as I read through our strategic plan, the commission's strategic plan, I'm a little struck by how disconnected it appears to be from these statewide initiatives that are kind of what we're supposed to be focusing on, what our charge is legislatively. And so my hope is that as we get a new leader, as we round out the rest of our commission, we get a chance to revisit that strategic plan and really align our work with these statewide initiatives. If, as someone who's been doing this for over 30 years, if we could implement all of these initiatives in the way they are written, our behavioral health system would be much less broken than what it is now. And I worry about the implementation. Our state's not great at it. And I do think we have a special role there as a commission, as an independent third party.
It's implementation. Back in my days at the, back in my days at the Department of Social Services, I remember sort of having my heart broken when I was at a meeting of the Child Welfare Council down, I think we were meeting in Orange County or something. And there was somebody presenting, it was an outsider, an academic, very smart. And she said, you know, the state of California has the best policies in the nation and quite possibly the worst implementation. I said, oh God, it was one of those cringe moments. But no, because we are with our 58 county structure, with a lot of responsibilities across the board delegated down, and different state agencies with different enforcement authorities or interests or willingness, it is a challenge. And I agree with you. I think there's a particular role that we could play. And so as we look at us, I mean, I guess I want to just introduce it by saying the things that I was describing before, I don't in any way mean to suggest should be determinative of what we do, but I think they possibly offer the opportunity, point to the places where, you know how levers work. You find a crevice and you stick it in, and something much bigger moves. And I'm hoping that this is possible. So, okay, our purpose is transformational change. The strategic plan identifies the importance of evolving the fragmented and siloed system, empowering community, especially the most vulnerable, and then resourcing state and local agencies to know what to do and have the next steps. The tools we use, we've got, and this is stuff we're going to go into in some detail this afternoon. We do research. We do whether, and that could be both research that is collecting administrative data, or sort of quasi-ethnographic studies that is being requested by commission members or by the legislature or others. As advocates, we are semi-unique in that we are independent of the administration in the sense that we can speak without clearing our talking points. It's my first time in my life in Sacramento that I don't have to check in with a secretary or the governor's office and say, can I say this? That's why I said some of the things I said already. It would not have gone the same way in other settings. And maybe I was taking some shots. But it really speaks to the fact that we can, where we see gaps, we can point to them. Where we see problems, we can illuminate them. We can applaud what is working and is great, and we can call for more attention or more resources where we think it's missing. I think it's really important that as we do it, as you do it, that we be respectful of the partners we want to work with. We, don't, the old rule, don't take people by surprise. Let them know what it is we're thinking, and then share. But I know the legislature in particular has really valued the role of the commission in this space as to be honest voice. So it's something to preserve. We do pilots to test innovation and system change. And if you look at, a lot of what's in CalAIM, a lot of what's in CYBHI, a lot of what's in BH Connect, these are the trees that have grown from our seedlings in many instances. Not every pilot works, and that's just a given. And some things evolve into other things, and that's fine too. And oh, sorry, Rochelle left, but we support organizations whose roles are to empower 9 different population groups who are marginalized, if not actively oppressed by existing systems. And definitely as the planning for BHSA implementation at the local level picks up, I mean, that's what we were speaking to just a moment ago, as its importance. Funding, how are we supported? Entirely through a share of the state portion of the Behavioral Health Services Fund. Of the departments that receive BHSF money, we get the most actually. And then DHCS is next, and HCI, there are about 13 in total that for one reason or another, BHSF funds flow through because they're in some way touching part of the behavioral health system, but we're the biggest part of the state function. On the operation side, we're funded in the governor's current year budget, about $13 million for personnel, operations, et cetera. This afternoon, there's going to be a sort of a deep dive into our budget and the possibility of deeper dives if folk want that later. Local assistance is what is going into communities, organizations outside us to make things happen. And so it's a mix. We have annual appropriations. So in this year's budget, there's about $34 million appropriated for local assistance. We have encumbered funds from prior years that are not yet expended because they're on a cycle to go out later of about 122 million. And then we have prior year grants where the grants have been issued, but they are still active and funds are being reported back to us, outcomes, et cetera. And that's a total of about 335 million that is still out there.
Hey, while we're on funding, I know that the health systems across the state are looking at scenarios in which 20-25% cuts to Medicaid is possible.
Yep.
And we are exploring what contingencies exist. How would we respond if this happened? Is that happening in the behavioral health world? And I should know, but maybe I don't. And that's because a lot of funding we've talked about today, I know is supported by that funding.
The assumption, well, first, ever since I got to Sacramento, I was stunned by the fact that we never stopped doing drills. It's whether it's coming from, no matter what direction it's coming from, run this assumption, run that assumption. So I know it's going on all over the place. For the waivers that are currently approved, I think the working assumption is those are approved as they are. Now, probably one big fear is if there's an attempt to change the Medicaid expansion sharing ratio, that would inflict a lot of pain on the system. I'm sure people are working on scenarios. I don't know.
This feels like something we should be aware of.
We should be aware of it, but it's we
are definitely establishing contingency plans for reductions and considering, just speaking for my role with Los Angeles, and considering how we would respond if there are reductions to the federal match for Medicaid. Hopefully they don't address any of the waivers, pre-existing waivers, but hard to know what's real or not, but I've heard that there was some consideration about potentially even canceling 1115 waivers, for example, right, which would be devastating for counties that have implemented the drug Medi-Cal waiver, because we actually have an 1115 for the IMD exemption that allows us to fund residential and inpatient SGD facilities with greater than 16 beds. It's a lot of money in Los Angeles, and I'm sure other counties. So definitely keeping me up at night, and I'm glad that across the health system, folks are thinking about this as well. I just want to also, Will, thank you. If I don't get a chance to chime in, as someone who works on all of these initiatives at a county level, there's extraordinary complexity and detail to it, and I think you've done a great job outlining what is, I think, really important for us as a commission to understand so that we can make informed, decisions, express informed perspectives, both within this group, but also externally whenever we're representing the commission. So I really do appreciate this.
Well, I'm going to just add to Commissioner Robinson's question an additional bullet point that just as Mr. Sai said, LA County is conducting ongoing budget drills, use your word, or phrase. So are virtually every community-based organization that I talk to that receives federal FFP. Because, again, it's using the example of, let's assume that there is a decision made to reduce the federal percentage as a way to achieve a budget cut. Again, that directly affects community-based organizations that derive much of their funding by virtue of providing reimbursed services, albeit through the FFP match. And so, yes, I don't know a single community-based organization that has not thought about this, not thinking about it, but thought about this, and then put together a contingency plan.
Not to make a partisan observation, but I think part of the just creating this amount of stress is part of success on their part. I gather that Commissioner Bernick has his hand up on the screen. Commissioner?
Yeah, let me get, I was just going to say, Will, this is the first I heard of the 1.9 billion to HCI for the workforce. So I think, guys, other commissioners, we should definitely look into this as part of a broader, but that's an enormous sum for workforce and how that's spent. I think it's a real opportunity for us as a commission.
Agree. Thank you. So if this, okay, so this is sort of the broad structure of what we do and how we're funded. And we'll have more detail this afternoon. We have, getting to the close now, our local assistance comes through 4 ongoing funding sources. And when one says ongoing, I mean, every year the legislature appropriates funds, and so things can change, but these are otherwise on the natural. SB 465, this was Senator Eggman, made a request that we annually do evaluations of the full service partnership programs in the state and do biennial reports to the legislature. So that's sort of not on autopilot, but it continues and we continue to work on it. The Behavioral Health Student Services Act, we have an ongoing appropriation of approximately $8 million for support of activities. I am going to suggest, as you go forward, that you think in terms of what's the most useful leveraging that resource can do as we look at other issues regarding school behavioral health topics. Now, on the next slide, we're going to see 2 other BHSA appropriations, but they're not ongoing. The Mental Health Wellness Act is $20 million a year to support crisis intervention and support and early intervention services. Commission has identified, priorities that it wants to serve in this, and some are ongoing, some are in the RFP stage, one is in the planning stage. more to come on that. And then we have the community advocacy contracts, total 6.7 million, that goes to organizations that serve 9 populations, and this is on a rotating procurement basis. The local assistance time limited funding, the big one, of course, is the Behavioral Health Student Services Act. There are 2 time limited appropriations. There's $281 million in grants that went out to school districts starting in 2019, and the spending authority for those conclude in 2028. So the expectation is that that activity then ends. And additionally, we have $16 million total for evaluation of school behavioral health services. And I think there's a lot of room here to determine what we want to accomplish with that. But these are funds that the fund availability ends in June 30th, 2027.
Yeah, and if I might, I just wanted to make one point regarding that. We've talked about this before. In terms of evaluation, many things happened since 2019, since that original bill was passed to change the landscape statewide, in addition to locally where all the money went. So I think we really have to take into account where we are now and going forward from there. I mean, a retrospective look is helpful, but we really have to see where do we go from here as the money disappears.
Right. And that, I wanted to particularly highlight that we do have that evaluation fund remaining, because I think it's something that the commission should be thoughtful in terms of what we want to accomplish through evaluation now. And then there are some time-limited current appropriations, funds for the coordinated specialty care clinics, the youth mental health centers. There's a technical assistance program through UOP to county behavioral health directors, workplace mental health research, and research on school behavioral health screenings. All of these have end dates, and details will be in sort of the afternoon presentation, but they aren't intended to be part of our ongoing portfolio. Just as a sort of a final way of looking at what I think we've been trying to do, there are things we've been doing to try to drive policy, drive practice, and drive transformation. And different people would probably put different things in the different buckets, but it's just a way of thinking about it. If we could go back to before the very first of my slides in this package, there is this sheet, which is a list, and it's highlighted. What this is doing is it is a listing of all of the grants and contracts that we currently have, whether through one of the continuing fund streams or through a one-time appropriation fund streams, or in some cases, funds we've just appropriated from the operating budget of the office to do things that, you know, commission had interest in. What I've tried to do is indicate the amounts that are associated with the fund or the activity, and the dates when our commitment to that activity end, if they are in fact ending. And the difference between the highlighted and the non-highlighted is that it's the highlighted items that we'll be getting a presentation on this afternoon, because their relative significance to or timeliness to your work now. If there are other issues that you would like to have information on, or you want us to answer questions about on the non-highlighted section, you know, feel free to ask. We have people who can answer on any of them. We just wanted to be economical with time and focus in on what seemed to be the most This, if you look to, right, if you look back to before I said it was sort of out of order. So it looks like this, right? And so it's in the regular package. Yep.
Before the commission, the California Behavioral Health Fund. It's 1 page.
Yep. I'm sorry that it got out of order. It was supposed to appear now. But anyway, it is, knowing that we are sort of at the lunching hour, I wanted to sort of break and see if there were any questions about this last part of the presentation, and then leave this with you to think about if there's anything additional you want to hear about this afternoon. Let me know and we'll provide info, but otherwise we're going to focus on the highlighted grants. I think I'm done there.
All right, I want to do a quick temperature check of the room. I don't assume that lunch is here yet, so, but
It
we,
is. Yep.
Is lunch here yet? Not yet.
not, it's all, my assumption was correct.
Okay.
Lunch is not here yet. So want to do a quick temperature check of the room. Want to proceed and allow commissioners to ask questions. First, Will, that was, as Commissioner Larson said, a very, 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 did I say very? Comprehensive presentation. I recently had a conversation with Will, and I said, all the comments that preceded your association with the commission as its interim executive director were wrong. You're more than that.
Thanks.
Much more. It's a very comprehensive presentation. So if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and take questions from commissioners. Commissioners with questions, just, yes, Commissioner Robinson.
Not a question, just a comment to echo your comments. Very informative, and the type of information that needs to be presented to new commissioners. It needs to be part of like orientation, because it was very, very helpful. So thank you, Will.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Will. That was incredible, especially as a newer commissioner and really learning it. And with Prop 1 and the way things are changing, and with my personal experience, I think this could really be a phenomenal commission and really the glue to put all these great things that are happening and pull it together. And one thing you said was we applaud what's working. And I think, I don't know, I just thought it would be maybe helpful for me or some of the other commissioners to really maybe highlight a program that is, that we're all pistons are working, and use them as models and celebrate them at every meeting. Like, this is one, and have them come up and talk about what's working. And because it's sort of like the Borg, there are all these counties doing different things. And if one county knew what another one was doing, it might help things and set examples. So I think we need to really applaud what's working here and make that part of it, rather than just looking at the numbers, actually put a personal touch to it. I think that would help.
I am curious, and thank you again, Will, for that presentation. I mean, it was beyond exhaustive.
Exhausting.
In a positive way.
Okay.
But it's a lot. Even the summary here is just a lot. But my question is to Karen's comment. We spent, I think, 2 days doing the strategic plan. And so I think I want to know, given the summary of the portfolio, is the work of the past work, is it that out of sync? Because there's so much here and there's so much good work that has been done. Kind of, if you can help tie, where are we? Because I still complain as a family member and an observer of, people I crossover every week and the growing number of folks that still don't seem to have access to care. And I think that's the issue. It's access to care. It's for the marginalized and for people who aren't marginalized. I mean, it's just a difficult system. But are we that far off from working with the real priorities? How do we take what we've done in the past and tie that to where we are and measure the success of what has worked? I don't know if that's even a fair question.
Well, I think it is. In this afternoon session, when, there's the presentation on, some of the specific initiatives that the commission's undertaken, I mean, I think you will sort of see a lot of connection between things we have been working on or are working on or about to work on and the sort of dynamic universe around us that is both bigger but reflective of the same thing. I think the question that I think the commission, you as commissioners need to be sort of deciding is what's our big value add going forward? Is it to try to help make the BHSA as it's going to be implemented on the ground a success? Or do we want to go do something different? Is that now in the hand of the counties and DHCS because DHCS took the oversight role and so we're out of it? I mean, I would hope that we are in it because that's where literally, if you look at the services that are wrapped up in BH Connect and in CalAIM and in Prop 1, those are really the attempt to fast forward California into serving those most hurting people. And earlier, Commissioner Cross mentioned sort of some of the work that she and her associates are doing is sort of expressing empathy to other students who are in points of distress, et cetera. And I couldn't help but flash on sort of remembering something an old spiritual director told me, who said, sympathy is seeing someone else's suffering and imagining how you would feel in their condition. Empathy is seeing someone else's suffering and imagining how they feel in that condition. And compassion is sharing the suffering and then trying to lift it. So hopefully that's the place we would want to be. That's just me, my last editorial, no more.
Are there any additional questions? Yes. And then Commissioner Sy afterwards.
I was going to add to the whole empathy thing and the compassion. I was recently at a conference for homelessness, and I was just like blown away by the fact that I have never experienced it, right? And I've never interacted with anyone who's experienced homelessness. So going and being an advocate in that situation and showing compassion and going on rally walks and talking to senators was about the most amazing thing that I have ever done in my entire life. And I just kind of want to build up that homelessness community, especially for the youth. Right now, there's a lot of funding issues that are going on with homelessness and youth particularly. Not having a place to stay, so they start engaging in activities that are not safe, right? Because they need somewhere to stay. And sometimes jail is the place that they go to stay because they'll have a roof over their head. There's a lot of exploitation that goes out there, sex trafficking. They are open to so many disparities. And I truly wish that it was seen as a behavioral health issue because, and I would say it's a behavioral health issue, actually, because me having a behavioral health issue and knowing that I cannot survive on the streets, my mental health needs to be in check. It needs to be serviced completely. And they don't have an opportunity to do that at all. There's no medications, there is no therapy, there's some peer support, There's SF CASA in San Francisco. They actually do peer-to-peer grants. The application is reviewed by peers and not by anybody else. So it's a fair thing for them to feel safe and respected. They have a $1,000 grant, and it's for literally anything. And I know homeless people, not homeless people, but like youth experiencing homelessness, they don't like engaging with funds. They don't want anyone to see them as powerless. But the power is in our hands, and it's in their hands as well. And I think that the opportunities that I saw for those who were dependents of San Francisco, the ones who were former homelessness, former foster youth in San Francisco, seeing them interact with each other to protect the safety and the minds of each other while they're on the streets was just an amazing thing to see. Like I was empowered is what I felt. I felt empowered to just do so many things. And I'm sorry, I just felt the compassion part kicked in immediately because like our federal government doesn't even consider couch surfing to be homelessness. And the fact that you can go to school and then not know where you're gonna end up at the end of a school day is extremely stressful. It's not something that I would ever ask anyone to have to experience. And there's other situations where it's simply not knowing if you can go to school. Sometimes you're too exhausted. Sometimes you're just sick of life and you can't get up and go. You know, so I believe that homelessness all on its own is a behavioral health issue. And I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that, you know, going through that type of motion can be a detriment to health. It could be a detriment to your peers who feel as if though they can't help you, you know, and then the ones who are compassionate who want to do everything that they can to try and help you, even if that's advocacy. Because for me, I believe in advocacy, and I had an amazing time learning and building that community with my youth, and I plan to continue doing advocacy. So thank you, Will, for all of the information you have given me as a new commissioner. Thank you for empowering me mentally and just emotionally as well. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Sy, followed by the chair.
So this comment relates to prior comments by Commissioner Larson and Mitchell and Executive Director Lightbourne's comment as well. Big believer in the power of focus and also in the need for people who have a lot of responsibilities placed on them to be informed about all the dots and to be able to connect those dots. So what I take away from this presentation today is basically the dots. What I also think is important for our commission to consider is what is our focus? Because we as an entity will not be able to focus on all these initiatives. That's something that I'm in my role with the county, we're trying to tackle. There are a lot of initiatives, right? We've had conversations with state leadership about, you know, there's a lot to balance to be able to execute and implement well. But for this body, I think it's important for us to have conversations and make clear decisions around, you know, what we're going to hang our hat on, what we're going to focus on. I think that from my perspective, the implementation of Prop 1 and BHSA should absolutely be one of those focuses, particularly given the transition from the Mental Health Commission to the Behavioral Health. But, you know, I think that's a necessary conversation, whether we have it now or in another form.
Chair.
The only thing, and I apologize that I had to step out, but in preparing for that conversation, Will, and in looking at the materials, I also want to emphasize that you really recognize in this presentation that the commission is part of a landscape, and that so much of our success is a collective success in collaboration with DHCS, CDPH, CDE, county offices of ed, community stakeholders, and where it's almost the need for like a power mapping analysis of where the commission has opportunities for influence as opposed to others. And also this recognition that members of the public come to the commission uniquely to express their concerns about the system as a whole, not just what's in the responsibility of the commission, but the system as a whole. And so how does the system as a whole leverage this commission as that doorway, as that opportunity for connection? And that's exciting. That is an opportunity for us to really step into this role and support BHSA implementation and also just reforms more broadly. So I want to appreciate that. And then to Commissioner Cross's comments, I really appreciate your comments and also want to give credit to the role that advocacy plays as a mental health intervention in and of itself. That to empower young people, empower communities of color, empower immigrant communities, empower LGBTQ communities is a mental health intervention and should be treated as such. And when we're talking about a system that is looking to reimburse everything through Medi-Cal, which I'm not opposed to that, but how do you also recognize these unique contributions of organizing and advocacy that actually improves the mental health of our communities? And how do we make space for both, right? How do we make space for both? So I'm really excited about this conversation and the opportunities that lie ahead. So thank you.
I want to thank the commissioners for their comments, and I'd ask staff to prepare. We're going to transition to public comment here in a moment, but I'd like to also make some comments. First, again, Will, as I indicated, it is extraordinarily beneficial to hear your perspective. I am not to wax nostalgic, but I think about what Darrell Steinberg said when he coined the phrase, a mile deep and an inch wide. He identified the necessity of a very specific focus. And yes, Commissioner Sy, you are right. There are a lot of dots, but there are some very specific focus opportunities that we as a commission get to agree upon, in my opinion. And I also want to endorse, it absolutely should include, in my opinion, Proposition 1. Because again, while DHCS certainly has managerial responsibility or administrative responsibility, this commission is the doorway, I think, very effectively to convening and hearing the perspective of the community, diverse community throughout the state of California, as articulated by community members and articulated by ongoing strands of evidence from the community related to the effectiveness of the commission as a convener and as a place where the community can come and share their perspective regarding what's working and what's not working. And then, Will, as always, you inspire me to think about specific opportunities that we have to bring in the perspectives that are often, I think, are talked about, but not engaged as effectively as they could be, related to the comprehensive nature of CalAIM and specifically ECM and CS and the impact on specialty mental health, the mild to moderate population, and managed care. And getting those individuals in the same room to talk about the data and what's working and what's making a difference in the lives of people, and how come certain strategies or things that Commissioner Gordon talked about as it related to First Five, only having one individual who can engage in an MOU with a managed care plan. How do we support ameliorating that, which, in my opinion, should be an easily overcomable challenge, but remains a challenge that affects thousands of youth? So those are the things I hope we can talk about. And then lastly, as Commissioner Larson said, making sure that we have a strategic plan that is aligned with the things that we think are the priorities for this commission. Well done. Well done. Mariani, public comment.
Thank you. We do not have any in-room comments, but we currently have 4 virtual comments. Our first comment is from Lynn. Your line is open.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
We can.
Oh, great. My name is Lynn Rivas. I'm the director of the California Association of Mental Health Peer-Run Organizations. I'm also a person with lived experience. I have a serious mental illness diagnosis, and I wanted to make a few comments. First, I'm hoping to get the support of the commission to modify SB 803. One of the perverse outcomes of 803 is even though it gave peers the ability to bill for services helping people with severe mental illness, it excludes them from billing to support people with mild to moderate mental illness. Doesn't make any sense. We have lots of studies that demonstrate that peers do excellent work with people with mild to moderate mental illness. It's also the reason that peer organizations and community organizations are unable to bill under in a partnership with managed care. They're unable to bill for peers because it's not reimbursed by Medi-Cal. So what organizations are doing is, doing a little runaround, an end run, and billing them under other codes and not actually doing peer services. So it's a real mess. As a result, the numbers don't reflect what's really happening. And a lot of peer organizations aren't aware of this runaround end run and are not able to take advantage of it as a result. So first, SB 803 needs to be modified. The second thing is, even though there are some wonderful counties that are subcontracting the peer work to community-based organizations, that actually is not the norm. The majority of counties are not doing that work. And anything that you can do to support counties to bill to subcontract with peer-run organizations will not only benefit those organizations, it'll also improve the quality of support that folks are getting, because it's in peer-run organizations where we have all the evidence about all the evidence showing the positive outcomes. The other thing I wanted to say is personal. As somebody with a serious diagnosis, the legislature in the last few years, it's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts. They keep increasing the number of people who can write a 5150, and they keep increasing the populations that are susceptible to the care court system. So on the one hand, they're making it much more likely that people like myself will get institutionalized, but they're not doing anything to protect us when we get into those institutions. As you know from the articles written by the San Francisco Chronicle, care in behavioral.
Time is up. Please wrap up your comment.
Okay, just care in private hospitals is dangerous for me. So leave me on the outside if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from the phone number ending in 837. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Mark Carmatz, and I have a question I have for you is this. Will the underserved cultural committees be included within in this also? Because in Los Angeles, we have, I don't go to those meetings, but I will tell you though, that they are quite well represented at the community planning team meetings. And I'm wondering if they are included in some of this, in what you are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Staff will reach out via email to answer your question.
Okay.
Our next public comment is from Jay. Your line is open.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jay Calcanio. I'm here on behalf of the California Behavioral Health Association. Just wanted to express general support towards all of the Commission's efforts to advance measures that increase access to comprehensive and integrated behavioral health care services for Californians. Our members, who are critical partners in state and county efforts to provide services, have expressed concern about inflexibility in funding allocations under Proposition 1 based on local needs. So just urging the Commission to consider measures that enhance accountability in county spending plans, increase flexibility in funding allocations between different categories, and increase provider input in determining local needs to inform where funds are allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Laurel. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. I'm Laurel Ben Hamida, and I'm representing Mass Social Services Foundation in Sacramento and REMCO. This is the degree of familiarity that you need to have in the executive director applicant you choose. Not only were you able to understand everything that the presenter said, it was almost as if he took the income tax code and made it understandable in a half an hour. I'm very grateful, and I know that this will be used for training our admin and staff who are largely Afghan refugees, Egyptians, people from countries where people never get to understand what the government's doing. They just suffer from it. Those people who want to and maybe need to understand the policy landscape, and our young transition-aged youth advocates. This will be very valuable for them. I can't wait until you post the entire presentation online. Thank you again, Mr. Lightberg.
Thank you, Laurel. Our next comment is from Stacy. Your line is open.
Hi, Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to go really fast. I just have to thank Will for an amazing, amazing presentation that did make this as simple, I think, as you can get. When you have so many functions and so many budgets and so many programs. Thank you, Will. I'm keeping this. I think you should take it on the road, frankly. I also, number 2, want to support the comments of Lynn Rivas of Campro. I don't need to repeat them, but please listen. She's very wise, and Campro is a very good organization. Lastly, I did want to comment with Will's remarks on the CYBHI, or the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. I do recognize and want to be grateful that the state is taking note and supporting CDIPs, or Community Defined Evidence Practices. I think you should know, though, that one of the ways that they were going to support it in the biggest way was a round of funding specifically for CDIPs, but this was cut when there was a budget shortfall. And this so often happens, you know, BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities really value and want CDIPs. But this, again, the specific budget item or round in CYBHI was cut. And so often I feel like serving underserved communities is sort of the last thing, you know, that people tackle because it's either hard or they're not used to it. But anyway, thank you, thank you, thank you, Will, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Stacy. That was our last virtual public comment.
Thank you, Amariani. Will, I'll be forwarding your resume and vita to the IRS. All right. At this time, commissioners, as I understand and appreciate the agenda, Chair, We're going to break for lunch. Lunch is here. And we will be returning for agenda item 8, which is slated to start at 2:30. We'll, yeah, but we were going to be starting at 1 though.
Yes, but we're gonna do the portfolio.
Right, when we can return, because we're so ahead of schedule, I just want commissioners to know what agenda item we'll be working on.
Yeah, the portfolio project.
Okay, all right. So we're well ahead of schedule. So be impressed. Will, thank you so much. We will return at
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Thank you all.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for rejoining with us. I hope you had an opportunity to fill your belly and take a good walking break because we still have a few more hours together. This next part of the agenda is going to continue item 6, but give us an opportunity to delve deeper into the specific work of the commission and how our priorities align with the overarching landscape that Will presented on in the last hour or so. So I'd like to welcome our commission staff, Tom Orrock, Deputy Director of Operations, Dr. Melissa Martin-Mullard, Chief of Research and Evaluation, Kendra Zoller, who's Deputy Director of Legislation. Whoa, sorry, Sandra. And Andrea Anderson, our Chief of Communications, and hand it over to them for this next part of the agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Alvarez and Commissioners. I will just wait for the slides to pop up here, but the first, I really hope that through this presentation, you'll see some of the connection points or potential opportunities for connection points to what Will has shared earlier in the morning. And we can start with our portfolio and talk first of all about the Behavioral Health Student Services Act. The Behavioral Health Student Services Act is our largest grant program, and it's a local assistance program. We utilized $20 million initially to incentivize partnerships between school districts and behavioral health departments. And this has grown into a program that is now in 57 of the 58 counties. As Will mentioned, it's $281 million to grow partnerships, as I said, between the two entities. Originally, the original $2 million was enough to fund 4 initial counties that did the partnerships between behavioral health departments and schools. But there was a high level of interest in this project. And so we received 17 applications for 4 awards. And so the legislature took this on as their project and helped quite a bit to provide and to find other funding. Since then, there have been multiple rounds of funding and several quarterly collaboration meetings between the commission and experts and our grantees. The next step on this project is to illuminate what has worked and as we talked about this morning, to look for sustainability options, specifically the fee schedule, so that our school districts, LEAs, are able to tap into that, what is an ongoing source of funding. So the all-payer fee schedule mandates both Medi-Cal and commercial insurance to reimburse local education agencies and affiliated programs for these specific services that are provided on or near school. And Melissa will share a bit about the evaluation and provide a preview of what we'll be talking about tomorrow in the evaluation discussion with BHSSA, and the evaluation of how we can tap into that larger ongoing funding stream. So, Melissa.
Thank you, Tom. So as Tom mentioned, tomorrow afternoon, we have 2 separate but related agenda items on BHSSA. The first is our legislative report that staff completed last fall and is an interim report that talks about some initial lessons learned from implementation of BHSSA, and provides recommendations to the legislature to continue moving the state forward on student and school behavioral health. The next item on tomorrow's agenda is the evaluation plan and a proposal to move into phase 2 of West Ed's evaluation. I'll go into a little more detail on this tomorrow, but just to give you some quick context today. The evaluation proposal is the culmination of a detailed planning process by West Ed, who was selected to be the Commission's external evaluation partner for school behavioral health. Back in 2023, the Commission invited 6 evaluation firms to submit proposals to be considered as the evaluation partner. Those proposals were scored, and then the top 2 were invited to submit detailed budget proposals. And through that scoring process, West Ed was the highest scoring applicant based on their overall approach to evaluation, their budget, the amount of community engagement they proposed, and their understanding of the broader behavioral health landscape affecting school behavioral health. Staff have worked really closely with the West Ed team over the last year and a half to refine an evaluation plan that is suitable for the grantees and for the BHSSA program overall. The evaluation plan is multi-layered and includes looking at the impact the grant dollars have had on local educational systems. It'll analyze student mental health data to understand where there are the most disparities on student behavioral health across the state, and start to tease out through in-depth case studies with grantees what barriers and opportunities there are for sustainability of services and supports towards the goal of every school in California having comprehensive school mental health systems and supports.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll include a presentation for evaluation funds, but also just a reminder, the commission has $16 million available also to contribute to the cause of ensuring that these programs are sustained into the future. Yes.
And I forgot to mention, sorry, Tom, that the 16 million is for evaluation and technical assistance, so kind of in tandem. I just wanted to make that clarification. Correct. Correct.
Can I ask a quick question? Which county was not awarded any grant? Because you said 57?
Yeah, so Alpine County elected, they were offered funds, but they elected not to participate. They just didn't feel like they had the need, and they felt like they had their students covered. Alpine County is an interesting county. Their high school students attend high school, I believe, and you would know this more than I would. They go to the state of Nevada to attend high school. So there just aren't a lot of students there. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to talk about our universal mental health screening project. As all of you know, most mental health challenges begin during childhood or adolescence, affecting as many as 1 in 5 U.S. children and youth each year, a number that has steadily increased in the past decade. We know that identifying and supporting mental health needs early leads to better outcomes, yet on average, a child waits 11 years before receiving services. So this is where universal school-based mental health screening comes in. So in February, last month, we heard a presentation from staff on our report to the legislature, and it was approved by you all, adopted and approved. And we've since submitted that report to the legislature. So I'll just do a quick overview of that project. So through the 2023-24 Budget Act, the legislature requested the commission to conduct a landscape analysis and deliver a report on universal mental health screening for youth with attention on data, best practices, and costs for implementing screening in K-12 school settings. Working closely with the legislature, the Department of Healthcare Services, California's Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and other state and local partners, the commission contracted with researchers from the University of California, San Francisco, University of California, Riverside, and West Ed to conduct a robust research and public engagement process to inform its report. Counting what counts, data-driven prevention through school-based universal mental health screening. The report established key definitions, concepts, and evidence relevant to school universal mental health screening implementation, summarized findings from public engagement activities, and a statewide school survey to describe the landscape of school mental health screening practices, perceptions and barriers in California schools, and presented a set of recommendations to guide future budget and policy considerations for implementing school universal mental health screening as part of California's broader youth behavioral health ecosystem.
Great. We'll shift now to Alcove. Alcove is a program that has one-time funding. Alcove is a youth-led integrated service model that was developed in California by Stanford University. Several years ago, community members in Santa Clara were seeking solutions to a rash of student suicides that were taking place in Palo Alto. It was recognized at the time that young people were not accessing health services or mental health or behavioral health services. And so while that was recognized, it was also recognized that students were feeling like services, young people, 12 to 25, were realizing that services were not really tailored to their needs. They were often hard to find, and they were hampered in a lot of ways by having to worry about a copay or who was supposed to pay for their services. And so this model was adopted from Australia, and it is known there as Headspace. In Australia, there's a 75% name recognition for Headspace, so it is a well-known program there. And the components of these programs, this is a kind of a one-stop shop, all in one location, integrated behavioral health counseling and referral, SUD referral, physical health, psychiatry, peer support, also supported employment and education support, all in one location. So there are also models for this in Canada and in Ireland. And in 2019, the Budget Act included $14.5 million to fund new sites. And then CYBHI, that we talked about earlier, provided expansion funds and funding for 6 additional sites. So while Alcove is innovative and youth-led, it is also proven to be very difficult to sustain this program. Organizations seeking to adopt the model will need to make long-term commitments of local assistance dollars to really make this work. They'll have to braid and blend funds together, and hopefully at some point from commercial payers as well, in order to make these work. So to that end, staff are working with the Department of Health Care Services to identify all pathways, all funding pathways, including bundled rates potentially as an option for reimbursement for these programs. Next, I'll shift to coordinated specialty care for first episode psychosis. This is also one-time funding, although I think you'll recognize that there is a lot of momentum for this project, as we've heard earlier. Coordinated specialty care clinics are evidence-based approaches to provide high-quality care to people who are experiencing a first episode of psychosis. This typically affects people in the age range of 16 to 30. And the goal of this project is to reduce the amount of time in untreated psychosis. So this is important because the longer a person is living with psychosis, the worse symptoms get, and they become more and more resistant to treatment at that point. So the other challenge we have is it takes us far too long to recognize those first symptoms of psychosis, called prodromal symptoms. And so this program really is to put clinics in place so that people are able to find them easy and get people the help they need, typically for their family members. To address this, the legislature provided $19.5 million to expand services. The Early Psychosis Intervention Committee was formed by the commission and helped staff to create an outline for the first couple of rounds of funding. So there's been 2 rounds of funding, and through that, 7 clinics have received funds. In addition to that, CYBHI once again provided additional funding for clinics and technical assistance from UC Davis. The good news on CSC is now, as Will mentioned, a requirement from BHSA and BH Connect that makes it a Medi-Cal and benefit for a bundled rate. So we have new billing codes that can be used as a bundled rate. That'll make billing for these services and sustainability much, much easier. So the continued challenge, though, is that we still only have about 10% of the clinics we need in California based on the number of people who will experience a first episode of psychosis. It's estimated to be about 20,000 young people who every year experience psychosis symptoms. And so obviously we are in need to grow these programs and make sure people have the evidence-based practices to address those needs. The commission contracted with McKinsey to identify opportunities for expansion to serve non-Medi-Cal populations. So Commissioner Bontrager and Commissioner Robinson helped with a preliminary review of the McKinsey report, and we plan to bring this item to the April meeting for a bit of a deeper dive to figure out, with that, how can we begin to expand and continue to work with agency, which we have done recently and been doing to see if we can identify pathways for funding. And I'll switch now to 0 to 5. With this, now we're going to be switching to Mental Health Wellness Act programs. This is the funding where we have $20 million per year to invest in programs that are crisis response, crisis intervention, early intervention programs. So 0 to 5 is one of those programs. In September of 2022, the commission identified 5 priorities for mental health wellness funds, and this is one of them. Like I said, the act provides $20 million a year to address crisis response, and so this is 0 to 5 is relatively new. We just began to work on that about a year and a half ago. Chair Alvarez provided a lot of leadership and support to staff as we worked on this program to find the best use of these funds to support children and their families. So we released the request for application in February, and those applications are due this week on Friday. So the goal is to fund 6 CBOs from small, medium, and large size counties, and to then have them work with local entities to surround families with the support they need to help children thrive and learn and to stay safe. So a second very important goal is to assist the organizations to tap into the sustainable services like dyadic care that are now available as a benefit, parent-child interaction therapy, you heard about earlier, home visiting programs, SUD treatment for parents, and to then build networks of services that can be sustained into the future. So our goal will be to learn how families can be successfully connected to these services at the local level, and then to take that learning and share it across the state. We will come back in April to share the results of the application process and recommend programs for funding at that time. We'll also share a preliminary plan for evaluation and to do a landscape analysis for this age group about the services that are available across the state, and then a technical assistance plan as well.
Say something about that, Tom?
Yeah.
I just, I want to appreciate, all of the work that went into this development, Commissioner Gordon's leadership, Commissioner Madrigal's leadership, former Commissioner Ashbeck, like really laying the groundwork for this investment and movement in prevention and early intervention that I think helps make clear the commission's partnership in what BHSA has done, which is really move prevention into the Department of Public Health, like where can the commission work together? But in the process, we learned that in our commitment to uplifting community organizations, we actually missed an opportunity to engage an important segment of the 0 to 5 landscape, which is First Fives. First Fives one first five looks like a different first five, right? Some are county public agencies, some are independent CBOs. And so during one of our discussions as a commission, we had a very robust discussion about the need to support community organizations on the ground in this important work. In doing so, we actually closed the door to some first fives that could have been really important partners in helping move these resources forward, in connecting services, in building bridges between services. To me, and we moved forward with our intention, so no worries. But for me, it really highlighted that our experiences as commissioners and what we're bringing with our housing expertise, with our substance use disorder expertise, that actually strengthens the ability for the commission to consider the very many perspectives in our initiatives. So I completely missed it, and I work on first fives. We completely missed that, right? And I just want to, we're constantly learning and evaluating and getting better at what we're trying to do. And that's only possible with the feedback that we've gotten from first five. So it doesn't close the door for future opportunities, but I just want to point that as an example. It was never an intention, but it potential missed opportunity, and that we can course correct moving forward.
Yeah. And we hope it isn't a closed door on this too. We hope that first fives at the local level will be involved in this project as they move forward. So, building a continuum of services. So with the, oh yeah, sorry, Dr.
Sorry, Tom. I want to comment on 2 slides on the early psychosis program.
Mhm.
And this isn't, because my sense is that there's already been a lot of work behind this, so I'm not suggesting this necessarily make any changes, but a proposal for the committee to consider as we move forward, which is that with early psychosis programs, we place a lot of focus on clinic settings, which is fine and necessary and good. One of the areas that I think we are under leveraging is around families and caregivers. I say this, growing up with a mom with schizophrenia, I say this as a psychiatrist, because people are only in clinic settings for, so many hours, sometimes within a given month, whereas people are generally around their family or caregivers all the time. And I think that one of the key barriers with early intervention for psychosis is marrying the clinical interventions with the caregivers who are actually first detecting that something may be wrong, because we usually lose a lot of time with the caregivers thinking, oh, I'm just going through a phase, months could go by, right? And so I think there's a certain amount of education engagement with the community that we need to be doing in order to actually augment the effectiveness of our early intervention programs. So, perhaps an idea for us to kind of bat around a little bit in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to really look at that. I think I probably failed to mention that component of CSC is there is a family support component, but I think that would be good to continue to look at and determine whether that should be bolstered in the programs. Yeah. I wanted to share this slide because I think it demonstrates the connection of some of our initiatives and how linking these programs could close gaps for so many children and families experiencing difficulty. Without local partnerships between our CBOs and our schools and our clinics, too many young people are falling through the cracks. And so this just demonstrates that, our 0 to 5 programs, this is a vision, I guess, more than anything, that our 0 to 5 programs are connected to schools, and our schools are connected to integrated youth drop-in centers, and those are connected to clinical high risk or coordinated specialty care clinic programs. So, I recall that as we visited Napa State Hospital, and we had an opportunity to talk to some of the patients there, and we heard stories about their experience as a young person, and I couldn't help leaving there thinking, wow, we so much was missed in that person's life, and now they're in the state hospital system. So just wanted to share that. And then our empath program. This was the commission's first step into the actually, let me back up. The commission's first step into the crisis response system was through Senate Bill 82. So at that time, starting in 2014, going through about 2020, grants were provided to counties who hired the personnel needed to implement behavioral health crisis response programs. So we did 2 rounds of funding, in that. These programs, like I said, took place, that started, it's the 2013, but we started programs in 2014. What we learned, the reason I'm sharing that is what we learned from that program was that despite county's best efforts, we were not able to solve the problem of people being boarded in emergency departments when they were there for a behavioral health crisis or condition. And so the commission approved funding, Mental Health Wellness Act funding to scale empath programs to hospitals wishing to participate and launch that program. empath stands for Emergency Psychiatric Assessment, Treatment, and Healing. The units are a calming place where people can spend time outside of the sometimes chaotic emergency department. They're able to have quick access to nurses and psychiatrists and peer support providers, and then they link them from that, from the empath to community resources. These are 23-hour facilities where they are able to triage more quickly and get their needs met. So 10 hospitals are participating, including one that is building a children's empath in Loma Linda. Our funding supports typically the architectural design and build out and the early implementation costs for these programs. They're at various levels of implementation at this time. I think our first that will open is in Chula Vista very soon here. Although this is an innovative and is also potentially a significant cost-saving response to an ongoing challenge, there are some implementation barriers with this program, and Kendra has been doing some good work on that, and we'll explain what we're trying to accomplish with getting through some of these barriers.
Thank you. So unfortunately, these units face challenges in aligning with our existing state codes and regulations. So they're reviewed on a case-by-case basis by the Department of Public Health and Healthcare and Access and Information. So this has led to difficulties in licensing and so the difficulties with the length of time to get a license. So we've raised these concerns with both departments and they agree a more streamlined process is necessary. So HCI plans to promulgate regulations to do this for behavioral health outpatient observation units. As a part of their planning process, we've been sharing specific licensing inconsistencies we've encountered through our work. The formal public regulation process will begin in 2026 with the Building Standards Commission. For those of you who may not know, regulations essentially provide guidance on how laws are implemented and applied. So the laws are made in the legislature, regulations are made through the Office of Administrative Law. They have their own public process that can take up to a year to complete. So I will be actively participating in that process and keep the commission informed, ensuring the language is accurate and aligns with our goals. Okay, peer respite. In September 2022, the commission chose peer respite as the final priority under the Mental Health Wellness Act. This decision was based on the recognition that peer respites play a vital role in the crisis care continuum. They are not only effective in reducing hospitalizations, but also empower peer-run organizations and peers themselves. Commissioner Chambers is leading this initiative. A peer respite is a voluntary short-term overnight program providing non-clinical crisis support. It helps individuals find new perspectives and pathways forward during a crisis. They are unique in that they are staffed and operated by individuals with lived experience, offering support grounded in understanding and shared experiences. The state has formally included peer respites in their crisis care continuum plan, as well as their 988 5-year implementation plan as necessary community-based crisis stabilization services. However, there are currently only about 7 to 10 across California. At the April meeting, we'll host a discussion on peer respites where we will present an initial concept paper for the commission's review and discussion. Our goal is to assess various factors such as funding sources, operational structures, best practices, and research, and we will also conduct some key stakeholder interviews. We aim to have a panel discussion and present an outline for this grant later this year and hopefully releasing the funding either later this year or early next year. This initiative is part of a larger discussion to increase the integration of peer support in the behavioral health continuum at all levels of care. And we are very excited the commission is playing a role in this important conversation. So I'll pass it to Commissioner Chambers to share some comments. We had a recent site visit and any thoughts on the project in general.
I just want to say I'm so honored to be in this place and space to be able to lead an initiative as somebody that's been hospitalized a number of times with a degree in education. There have been times when I was inappropriately hospitalized that I could have been sent somewhere else that was not with, white walls and nurses trying to shove medicine down my throat. I think that what offers hope is that we are building a crisis continuum that will support people with an array of options to divert from hospitalization. Like one of the folks was saying, like, we heal best in community. We don't heal in hospitals, like fully. We heal in the communities. And like I keep saying, like I have an array of different professionals in the behavioral health field. The peer support specialist is the secret sauce of our field. I know that it has changed my life and it will change other people's lives. I think the opportunity I was telling Kendra for this is for us to forge relationships with commercial plans and county behavioral health departments to incentivize them to provide, to see where the barriers are and to identify opportunities for funding. I know there potentially could be some opportunities under the transitional housing benefit under CalAIM. And I hope that the department could explore that as well as drawing down the peer benefit. So I just want to say that I think the idea is for us, like with innovation, is really being able to look at commercial, private, public, community, and client. And I believe that that's what is innovative. And I believe that this is what is going to be one of our highlights and the hallmarks of the work. And it'll just increase the consumer workforce, people that look like me, that look like your family members that have struggled with disorders can find jobs, can find hopes and dreams. And I think another thing, the opportunity is to be able to incorporate the Taking Action for Wellness, which was formerly known as RAP. But that tool has also changed my life in being able to wellness plan. So if folks leave our peer respite with a tool on a wellness tool, or even in a psychiatric advance directive, which we are also touting as well, that's a win for us. Like not just because every time I've left the hospital, it's not really a warm handoff. They're trying to just see if I'm gonna get placed usually in like some substance use place that's inappropriate. How about we reimagine how the warm handoffs and the tools that we provide for our clients as they are exiting our system. So just imagine it. People don't like the word luxury, but just imagine a beautiful space where you can go a home that looks beautiful with peace and you don't have to go to the hospital. You can go somewhere for 2 weeks, get people around you that have love, support, and tools to help you in your wellness. And I'll stop talking because we're going to go next month. But if anybody wants to help on this, like I said, there's multiple partners. I would love to work with folks on it. Thank you.
Right, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I want to add on to that from a different perspective. My innovation perspective is that my understanding is we're 250,000 behavioral therapists short in this country. Every program I've seen to try to grow more of those, there's nobody that can figure out how to close that gap. To me, peer is one of the major ways to address workforce. And we've got to get our head around it. We've got to get even more creative across more categories. And so I think it's a great place for this commission to lean into. We'll shift to our SUD MAT pilot. So this is another Mental Health Wellness Act project. This is the commission's first step into the SUD space. And we think we'll provide the commission with information about the integration of mental health and SUD and guide future efforts. So the goal of this project is to identify and remove barriers and improve access to medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, and to learn if it can be done within a financially sustainable model, drawing down Medi-Cal funds where we can, This project involves a MAT prescriber cost-sharing program. So there are new billing codes coming into existence, although there is time needed for programs to get to that place. So we did this as a cost-sharing approach. So the grant would cover more in the first year, a little less in the second year, until they get bridged into their ongoing funding, sustainable funding stream. So funding, yes.
Just a brief comment on that, and I know this is really tricky to begin to get into, but I think in addition to this, it would be really helpful if we could at least start the outlines of an approach to working with schools to a greater degree, because that's such a serious problem in and around schools. It's tricky to work on, but I think if we could get some examples of places that can do it, that would be helpful. Not at the scale anything like this, but it would be really helpful.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And, you know, with our SUD experts on the commission, I think we're in good hands there. So that would be good. This funding will also be used to support residential facilities serving medical clients to obtain incidental medical services. They need approvals from the Department of Healthcare Services in order to operate those programs. Bringing in a medical provider helps them to do that. And so these funds will assist residential facilities to accomplish that. And then we also hope to learn about how services can be expanded using low barrier MAT approaches like telehealth. The grantees are Los Angeles, Nevada, and Marin. And the project includes funding to coordinate these efforts, to provide TA, and then conduct an evaluation of the program. This funding wraps up in 2027. So we will plan a larger discussion at the commission on SUD and mental health integration. I guess I should say SUD health and mental health integration at a future meeting coming up here, and then provide an update on the progress of this specific project. And full service.
Okay. You've already heard a bit about full service partnerships from Interim Director Lightbourne's presentation earlier. You're also going to hear more about FSPs during tomorrow's meeting, when we have an agenda item to consider adopting our legislative report, which is the second legislative report that the commission has developed. So just to tee up that conversation a bit, full service partnerships represent the collected efforts of California to meet the needs of individuals with the most serious behavioral and mental health challenges. That slide that Tom showed that had the continuum, FSPs would be situated on the far right end, kind of after coordinated specialty care interventions. FSPs offer a whatever it takes approach and connect individuals to programs that offer a vast array of services to prevent their challenges from getting worse, and to also lessen, divert, and prevent their experiences with homelessness, incarceration, and hospitalization. The state's investment in FSPs through BHSA dollars is over $1 billion a year. And so through Eggman's SB 465 bill, it directed the commission to provide biennial reports to the legislature, evaluating how well FSPs are doing in terms of, are they serving the right individuals? What are the outcomes? What's the service array? And so you'll, again, hear more detail about our efforts to evaluate that during tomorrow's presentation. There's also $400,000 each year to support evaluation and technical assistance activities. We've focused the last couple of years on technical assistance, using that $400,000 for technical assistance. We've had a contract agreement with Third Sector to assess FSPs statewide and provide recommendations on best practices for capacity building and data quality. Third Sector conducted targeted outreach with state and county partners. stakeholders and also held community forums locally with community members and consumers. A statewide survey was also created and completed by counties. This work revealed a strong need for structured technical assistance for counties to strengthen their FSP programs, meet complex consumer needs, and navigate the changing regulatory environment. This work involved hosting a series of work groups and with county partners and service providers to identify and gather together best practices that's in the process of being collected and distributed as a toolkit. And this work has happened in alignment with and alongside DHCS's efforts with technical assistance and establishing the Center of Excellence for counties and providers. Another component of our technical assistance has been working with Healthy Brains Global Initiative to explore using FSP contracts as a mechanism to improve client outcomes by incentivizing performance markers. Initially, Healthy Brains engaged with Nevada, San Francisco, San Diego, and Orange, and found that there are particular domains that FSP contracts generally focus, and that these domains can be used as the basis for contracts that are performance-based. They've since developed a framework around the domains of people, place, and purpose, and have been working with 2 counties, Nevada and Sacramento, piloting this technical assistance work. So again, you'll hear more on this during tomorrow's presentation. The last thing I want to mention about our work on FSPs is that full service partnerships were also identified by you, the commission, as a priority for Mental Health Wellness Act funding. We brought forward a proposal to, and 10 million was approved for technical assistance to counties based on performance management and improvement of service delivery. So we're going to come back in, I think, May with updates on who was selected for that technical assistance contract.
Thank you. And to, oh, well, can advance the slides. Cody, can you help advance the slide? Back there somewhere? Oh, there we go. Yeah, and to round out our Mental Health Wellness Act programs in an effort to build programs across the lifespan, we think 0 to 5, the commission reached out to the California Department of Aging to identify some opportunities to support the behavioral health and wellness of older adults. So by 2030, not very far from now, 25% of California's population will be over the age of 60. So the 2 programs that the Department of Aging recommended were AgeWise, which is an FSP program in San Bernardino County that they launched. They felt that was a successful program to replicate. And so this program serves higher risk older adults to keep them housed and keep them safe in their communities. And then the PEARLS program was developed by the University of Washington to address depression and loneliness mostly, and to provide opportunities for older adults to have meaningful, purposeful, engaging opportunities in their community. So going forward with this program, staff will be continuing to work with the Department of Aging to see what opportunities exist in the future to scale these programs if possible, especially for FSPs for older adults, most likely may come up as part of that plan. So want me to advance? There you go.
Okay, back to me. So criminal justice prevention. The commission has focused several efforts around criminal justice prevention to prevent justice involvement in the first place. Our FSP work is strongly tied to criminal justice prevention with the focus on reducing and preventing incarcerations. But beyond that work with FSPs, we launched a $5 million innovation incubator in 2018 that focused on several different initiatives to reduce criminal justice involvement. The commission has developed data tools to monitor justice involvement and are really excited that we're very close to finalizing a data use agreement with the Department of Justice, which will allow us to really hone in on arrests data for those individuals involved with the mental health, behavioral health system. We also co-support the Words to Deeds Annual Forum or Conference alongside the Council on Criminal Justice and Behavioral Health. This past fall, that forum was focused on establishing metrics that can be used statewide to kind of monitor and track progress for the criminal justice system. Sorry, I was going to say one other thing about the Words to Deeds. Oh, sorry. And then we're also in the process of updating the criminal justice report that was initially developed in 2017. We're going to kind of update it with an emphasis on Prop 1 implementation and incorporate the learnings from the Words to Deeds conference and its focus on metrics and standards.
Oh, okay. You saw me fumble.
Is it Transparency Suite or Impact of Firearm Violence?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I think we both advanced it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Let's see, now I advanced too far on my notes. So our Impacts of Firearm Violence initiative was a commission-driven initiative after the horrific Uvalde, Texas school shooting that resulted in the deaths of 21 children and adults. This commission said we want action, no more just thoughts and prayers. We want to see some action taken. So a subcommittee was formed in August of 2022, and that subcommittee was directed to explore opportunities to address the impacts of firearm violence on individual, family, and community mental health and well-being, including strategies to improve understanding of the relationship between firearm violence and mental health with sensitivity to the issue of stigma. The subcommittee has been chaired by Commissioner Keandra Bunch, and it also includes Commissioner Sheriff Brown. The subcommittee has directed site visits and listening sessions across California in pursuit of knowledge and perspective for this project, meeting with community members at community centers, gun ranges, youth leadership organizations, and more. We conducted interviews, gathered written testimonials, had focus groups, listening sessions, town halls, public hearings, conferences, and more. The staff who've worked on this project under the direction of the subcommittee has just done tremendous work, and you'll be hearing more about their findings in the April commission meeting. The research and approach of this policy project really shifted away from a conversation on gun control and instead sought to take a public health approach and explore community-based programs and solutions that address impacts of firearm violence on behavioral health and well-being. So we look forward to being able to share the report and our findings in more detail this coming April, next month. Okay, Transparency Suite. All right. Transparency Suite is our public-facing kind of data portal that has really been known for the fiscal transparency suite. So we get information from DHCS on the county's revenues, expenditures, and unspent funds, and highlight those data in, we hope, user-friendly kind of dashboards and data figures. We anticipate being able to continue providing this information to the public and policymakers, and have also been working to build out other data tools that can be helpful for tracking and monitoring the success that we're having, the successes we're having across the state, as well as highlighting the challenges and disparities as well. We have published dashboards on full service partnership, suicide prevention, justice involvement, innovation spending, as well as other topics. The team currently is working on building out some dashboards that incorporate the population-based measures identified by the Quality and Equity Committee that DHCS convened. So we're really hoping to just continue building out our capacity to share user-friendly tools that display data at a statewide and county level, look at trends over time, and when possible, break that information down even further by demographics. So we're constantly looking for, and I appreciated some of you and during interim Director Lightbourne's presentation talking about, what have our successes been and how do we know that our efforts are making a difference? And these kind of data tools can be a really powerful way of holding the state accountable, holding ourselves accountable as a behavioral health system. So we're excited in the future months to share out some of these new tools that are currently under development.
Pause there for a second on the transparency suite. Just particularly for our newer commissioners, and I'm so interested in the reflections of our longstanding commissioners, I very much remember when we first launched the transparency suite and frankly the pushback that we got around what the data was saying, what it wasn't saying. In moving it forward, can you talk a little bit about what we may have done differently to bring in our county partners and other community members in order to make clear the story that this data was telling? Because this is what gets out there, right? This is what people want to know. How much money are people sitting on? How is it getting spent? What's left? And it was a touchy subject. So I'm curious what approach we're taking differently to get ahead of that.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. We absolutely have tried to involve and get county perspectives to help us interpret the data. We see our role as kind of shining a light on aspects of the revenues and expenditures and unspent funds, but not stopping the conversation there, not saying here's what it is and people can now interpret it how they want. Instead, it is a way of kind of starting the conversation and then bringing in those individuals, including our county partners, to help us understand what it means to have unspent funds, what it means to have variation in expenditures, year over year. So before we a concrete example of this kind of collaboration is before we publish the refreshed fiscal transparency tool, we always meet with CBHDA and say, we want to give you a chance to look at this and to give us feedback. And we've been able to build a good relationship with those partners. And they've provided really invaluable feedback on having call out boxes that help explain the data so that it's not just taken, kind of at face value with no explanation or nuanced interpretation.
Thanks. That's exactly what I was looking for. Go ahead, Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss, and then Commissioner Sai.
Thank you. Wasn't one of the issues also that we weren't getting the data on time? It was very delayed. So has that changed?
No. And part of that isn't, part of it's because DHCS works with counties to make sure that the data is accurate and complete before it gets sent to us. So there is quite a bit of a data lag. So even though I do think it's a great resource, it's not the most up-to-date kind of, look back at 2024. I mean, there are data lags just because of that issue of ensuring that by the time the commission gets that information, it has been kind of vetted between DHCS
Right.
and county.
And so my understanding is that there's a lag from them to us, but there's also a lag from the counties to the state.
Correct.
So there's a double ag.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question is, when can we expect some of these other suites to be out? So there's like a long list of suites. What's our timeline?
Some of them are already on the website. And then for the new ones that we've been building out, which one of them is a school mental health dashboard that connects school data with client information or client service information data and FSP data to kind of compare outcomes, school achievement outcomes by those different subgroups. The project that we've been focused on most recently really is on kind of taking those population-based DHCS identified measures and kind of seeing what can be built and where some of the data quality or completeness challenges are going to be for the state. So I think we are planning to have some initial conversations with DHCS and agency next week. And then once we get have some conversation with them and continue building it out, hopefully I want to say probably by May we'll be able to share some of our new work and get feedback from you all at that point.
And then just one more, whose definition of achievement are we using?
I think we we receive data from CDE, so we're looking at outcomes like high school graduation, attendance, and that kind of thing. So yes, I shouldn't put that label on it. It's just school indicators, that we're able to match. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My comment is around an opportunity, I think, to consider how the Behavioral Health Oversight Accountability and Transparency Report, or BODER, which is a new aspect of Prop 1 and BHSA specifically. The BODER is going to cover all county funding streams, right? So it's not specific to just BHSA. I think that there's probably some overlap between this and that. And so this just gets to the original presentation about all the different dots and how this can actually align with this.
Could you repeat that acronym again, Commissioner Sai?
Yes, it's called BODER, Behavioral Health Oversight Accountability and Transparency Report, BHOATR, very intuitive.
Can I, oh wait, I know that Gordon was, but I think that would be good for the data piece. Like how you said, you're working with agency, because I was on the Prop 1, the implementation or design, and that was the BODER, and how the matrix for success is, they're using like different like matrix. I mean, there's like global stuff, population stuff. And I think, yeah, we should be in alignment with, of course, Prop 1. But I think we should also lean into like what we see as like measures as of success, and the community. Of course, if these all supposed to be in community informed, right, from the stakeholder. I mean, all this stuff, success is supposed to be, I guess, benchmarked by the state. I don't know what other, the law is kind of clear. I mean, of where they're like measuring success at. So I just don't want to fall into just, oh, we're just gonna take what they say as success. But I think like use it as a foundation. But I did see that the county seen it as an opportunity, but also like worries that some of those measures, since they're grounded in like different population data, like other things outside of their specific population, they're being, I just don't know how you could, I don't know if that's just the one measure. I don't know if I'm making sense. Yeah.
Can I make sense of the end of that, Madam Chair? Oh, go ahead.
I know Gordon was wanting to talk though. I did overtalk, Commissioner Gordon.
Let me just get Commissioner Gordon and then Commissioner
Well,
Crisali.
I've been on the commission for quite a while, and I've worked with the state and its data for quite a while. And I think our hope when all this started was that we could get robust, timely data on our website to help people understand the effects of some of our initiatives. I don't have a sense that that's that's come to pass. And what I'm worried about is if people see data on our website that's a year and a half old, we will lose credibility, and maybe we ought to at least reconsider and use data that we think reflects the impact of our programs, the things that we have been working on, which we can stand behind. Because I'm just really worried that it's just not well managed in general by the state. It's education, health, whatever. It's a cumbersome system. So I think we ought to re-examine what our work is around data.
Commissioner Carnevale, please.
I would just add to all that there's and I was not going to say anything, but since you stopped the conversation about data, I couldn't help it. There's a richness of opportunity, and there are at least two, maybe three categories, but I'll just cover two of them. One is for our own internal purposes. We're getting this great review of all of our portfolio opportunities, but again, the challenge we've got is it's hard to make sense out of what it means, because there's no way for us. We don't have a current system to measure impact or outcomes or size of investment or anything else. And there was a second phase to our strategic planning process that we never finished, and that was to create some metrics around that to help us to decision making. So I don't want us to forget that, because I think we really need to take that on, and that will make us much smarter as a body. I think the other opportunity, which goes to Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Gordon, is that it's not just about aligning with the state and HHS and so forth, which is good, but it's actually reporting out to the people. You know, nobody, if you want to know where we stand with cancer, you go to the American Cancer Society. If you want to know where we stand with cardiology, you go to the American Heart Association. If you want to know where we stand with behavioral health, there isn't anywhere to go. There's nobody that has a measured system. Nobody's been able to tell me how big this problem is and how far along we are at even addressing it. I don't know if we're 90% successful or 10% successful. There's an opportunity to do that. And I don't think we have to do it with data that's internally generated, because for whatever political reasons, it's just not coming fast. But there is now in this modern world the ability to bring data together, I believe, that can be done quickly and externally, that can be objective and can have credibility. So that's, again, another thing I would strongly recommend the commission, because that's how we're going to get support from, you know, from the citizens of California. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing. I think one of the potentials, and I know it's Melissa, you know, and we are working on it, is not to just get hung. It's the fiscal data that lags, and that can slow things down. Acknowledging that what we do have the opportunity to get in much more real time is we have data agreements with EDD, so the wage files. We have data agreements pending with Department of Justice around arrest information. We have HCI data on hospitalizations. And we think, as far as I can tell, we're going to get real-time Medi-Cal encounter data from DHCS. Holding aside the money stuff that lags, putting those things together starts to give us in more or less real time, this is the state of well-being of the people of California. And what we want to, of course, see is, and we have to be careful that we not try to attribute causality where what you've really got is correlation. But if through the sort of the mix of the initiatives that are underway and our own contribution to it and everybody else's, if we can see the suicide rates declining, the hospitalizations of youth declining, the arrest data declining, you know, the sorts of things that tell us of not well-being, I'm trying to think of unwell-being, I guess is the word, then we start to feel it as a state, and we think we can reduce it in most cases down the counties. Now, there's some limit to that just because of size of sample, and there's a point beyond which DHCS can't share contact information with us because it would start to reveal individuals. But for the medium, large, and even medium small counties, we can start to aggregate that. I think probably by later this year, we should be in a position that we're able to mount that. And thus far, at least, agency and our friends at DHCS are signaling not only willingness, but sort of, frankly, enthusiasm that if we're willing to take it on, we have a bench that they don't.
To Commissioner Alvarez's point, I too remember the trouble that we were having getting data. And then when we brought up I think the transparency suite, it was like, oh, wow, we have numbers. So I guess my question is, are we still mostly just relying on the county? Because I thought that was where we were having the difficulty in getting the data from the county. So much of the measurement, can't we still get that from the county? I mean, I heard Will say, you have Department of Education, hospitals, all these other sources. And I know Healthcare Services is the holder of, the umbrella, but can't we just rely on the county to send us that information timely, since they're kind of like the first point of entry for data? Am I wrong in thinking that we should be getting that fluid, since now we're up and going?
I think because we don't have any, counties are not mandated to submit data directly to us. And I think are oftentimes drowning under the mandates that they do have to submit data to the state. So I'm guessing we would not be successful in just trying to encourage counties to send us their data directly. And I don't think it would necessarily result in faster data, because we would still need to do a similar process of kind of cleaning and finalizing the data that DHCS does. But I think what we've been working to do is, as Will just said, enter into data use agreements with outside state agency partners so that we can get data directly from the source, rather than from like our hospitalization data, for example.
But, excuse me,
Yeah.
when you say the source, those are data sources. Isn't the source the county? Because those are the ones who are implementing the services. So that, to me, is the source.
I think, yes, so for something like Medi-Cal claims, they would submit that to DHCS. And I think we in theory would be able to get the data from DHCS almost as quickly as the county submits it. That would be, I think, more timely data than the revenue expenditure data that the counties are currently providing. Sorry if I'm not answering your question,
That's
Commissioner.
fine. It's just a problem. Yeah.
And additionally, Commissioner, I would, as I think we mentioned this morning, the counties are supposed to submit their draft integrated plans to us for review, and then their annual report, the reports that they submit on an aggregated basis also come to us, not for approval, but for review. And I think that review sort of offers us the opportunity to sort of speak and to reflect in multiple directions. We can reflect to DHCS, are we disappointed in what we're seeing? We can reflect to the legislature, what's good, what's bad, celebrate and stuff, and then engage with counties where that seems to be appropriate.
If I could just add to tie two things together, one of the problems is the counties don't really have outcome data. That's why we just invested $10 million. We have an RFP working on right now to create outcome-based contracting, because we get the data, but other than the financial expenditures, we don't really know what happened to a lot of it. So again, we've got these different pieces that are hopefully building to some nice conclusions. I hope by 26 we can start seeing some really big picture outcome data here.
Commissioner Sai.
I know there's a lot of discussions about counties. I'm not here representing county. However, I do want to just mention, counties do have outcomes data. I mean, for example, on the substance use side, we have federal TEDS data, we have state CalOMS data, we have local data that we've added on top of those data sets. So it's not that the data isn't there. Perhaps it's a visibility issue. We have a lot of data that's just publicly accessible on our website. So I just wanted to address that because I know sometimes so that we're kind of targeting on the right solution.
And CalOMS data is one of the components that we're hoping to get directly from DHCS. It's a great source.
I know it's your turn, but the good thing is they said Prop 1 is supposed to address this. Like the big part of it, right, is data. So I mean, we're talking like not to say that it's like doom and gloom, but it sounds like the state has a plan, and it sounds like we need to align with their plan to support all the counties because it's a big overhaul for them to do this. It's mountainous for them to be able to now to collect all this new data that the law, which is to speak to your point, Mitchell, of like, where is it at? But I believe the plan is to get it by 2020, whatever, 2027, 2028, that we should have a plethora of data and DHCS will have this whole machine, right? This is what, when I was on the policy calls, that was what was being instructed to the directors of all the county plan. I mean, that they would be required to do this. So it just seems like with us the staff aligning ourselves and then them coming back and reporting to us and us understanding what data is going to be coming down the pipeline. And do we agree or align with that? And how do we market that to show our outcomes? Because like he was saying, correlation and causality, like, I don't know. But it sounds like there's hope that the state is doing.
Definitely. Commissioner Kellen?
I think it was all covered, but I was just saying, in running a business, if I give someone some money, I want to see an outcome. And I think what you were saying was it's a great optic if we can have optics on a website that the public can look at and go, oh, my hardworking tax-paying money is actually getting a result. And just taking the data that we have that shows that and doing it in an efficient way. And we have AI, we have all these tools now that can do a lot of things. But like we said, that would be a great way to celebrate this commission's work too.
Let's go forward.
Okay. Advocacy. The commission develops and manages competitive advocacy contracts that cover the 9 populations as shown on the slide. These contracts aim to enhance statewide and local participation, voice, and empowerment through advocacy, education, and outreach efforts. This provides a particularly unique opportunity for constituents to directly address the state, which is rare in this space. They originated out of the MHSA, which introduced the concept of transparent and collaborative processes to identify the mental health needs, priorities, and services for consumers and their families. When the Department of Mental Health was split and abolished in 2012, the commission inherited 3 contracts: clients and consumers, families, and parents and caregivers. Around that time, transition age youth was also added by the commission. Over the years, the commission has expanded these populations through the budget process. In 2015, adding K through 12, veterans, and diverse racial and ethnic communities. In 2016, adding LGBTQ+, and we also increased the funding to ensure all contracts received equal funding of $670,000. In 2018, the commission added immigrants and refugees. The reason there are so many contractors under this population is we attempted a new approach to account for all the great diversity in our state. So CPEN is the statewide coordinator and the other organizations are at the local level. The legislature also doubled the allocation for this population in 2022 to $1.34 million at the commission's request to account for all the different populations and needs. We recently introduced the advocacy spotlight on our meeting agendas, and we're looking at more ways to share more information from our contractors with the commission. For example, you heard a lot about this earlier with the county planning process. The BHSA process is much broader, including planning for all county behavioral health services, not just BHSA funding. And the required list of stakeholders has expanded to over 20 populations for the county planning process, now including local public health jurisdictions, managed care plans, emergency medical services, and more. The process also incorporates broader county and regional planning efforts. With so many new populations now involved in the process, the voices of our contractors have become even more essential in ensuring their perspectives are heard and represented. As the list of stakeholders continues to grow, they play a crucial role in advocating for the needs of the communities they serve. So we look forward to exploring additional ways to bring their insights back to the commission while also incorporating this information into our work. I believe the next one that is ending, so we'll need to come back to the commission, is the transition age youth contract. So we look forward to taking sort of a fresh look into what exactly we are looking for and asking for with the commission.
All right. Last but not least, we're going to talk just quickly about stigma reduction. To support the Commission's statutory responsibility to reduce stigma associated with behavioral health challenges, the Commission has focused its communication efforts on improving public understanding of behavioral health needs, the potential for recovery, the value of services, and the opportunity for transformational change to significantly improve outcomes. That's a lot in one statement, but I think it does speak to a lot of the things that we've actually heard and talked about this morning. It speaks to this idea of, Will spoke of getting to that level of compassion and having people understand understand our work through a level of compassion. I think that can be a very significant role for communications and our ability to be able to actually get that message out there. I think some of what we were talking about relative to impact and outcomes based on investment, again, communicating what those outcomes are and actually seeing people. A lot of you have talked about that idea of the programs are great, but we need to put a face to this. We need to see those success stories. I think a lot of that is very much involved in this work of reducing stigma around behavioral health needs. We do this in two different ways at the commission. One of them we'll talk about a little bit later when we talk about our actual work, but that's basically how we incorporate that into the communications that are generated by the commission itself. But another significant way that we look toward reducing stigma is through leveraging strategic partnerships. You guys have all seen the budget, and Norma will enlighten you even more there. We don't have a very large budget for communications, so we look toward opportunities with strategic partners to be able to leverage other networks and larger audiences with partners in both agency as well as external partners. And I want to talk today, if somebody could advance the slide, about 3 different opportunities that the Commission has undertaken relative to leveraging strategic partnerships. Beginning in 2019, the Commission supported the creation of a powerful documentary produced in both English and Spanish by Ken Burns and PBS. Through the experiences of young people, the film confronts the issues of stigma, discrimination, awareness, and silence, and in doing so, helps advance a shift in the public perception of behavioral health issues today. Doesn't seem like 2019 was that long ago, but we can all remember that was actually prior to the pandemic. And even at that point in time, we were starting to see this. It was before the Surgeon General had identified the youth mental health crisis in this country. There was a lot going on, but it was already on the radar of the folks at PBS and of Ken Burns. And so much so that he actually developed a documentary talking about that. The Commission leaned into that, and as a result, talking about outcomes, 98% of American households had access to that film with English and Spanish versions available online. So whether it was through broadcast, over-the-air TV, or through streaming, 98% of American households had access to that film. So we feel like that was a major impact relative to the Commission being able to, work in regards to stigma reduction. There was a screening at the White House that was hosted by the First Lady and a congressional screening hosted by Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The film won multiple national awards, including an award for impact on public opinion. So again, just going to the impact of what that work really did in that relatively small investment by the commission. There were more than 100 local screenings, including 12 in California. We actually did a screening in Sacramento, hosted by the commission in partnership with the Steinberg Institute, as well as the Children's Partnership and the Sacramento County School District. And during the screenings, we had the opportunity to bring in the director, a couple of the kids that actually starred in the film, and we brought them up on stage. They sat side by side with folks like Stephanie Welch, the Deputy Secretary for Behavioral Health at Cal HSS. Commissioner Gordon was on there as well. We brought in some local youth to talk about their reactions to the film. And so it was really a nice opportunity to be able to do that. And those screenings happened, again, across the country in 12 different places in California, and we're continuing to schedule those. So that's really, sort of showing the ongoing work of the investment in this particular opportunity. One thing that I think resonated with a lot of folks when at the time Mayor Steinberg did his keynote address, a lot of people really reflected on what he said. He said, "Who would ever have imagined that youth mental health would one day be the subject of a Ken Burns documentary?" And it's true, right? I mean, think about the Ken Burns subjects, right? War, baseball. I mean, we're talking about big stuff here, right? And the idea that this stage, this youth mental health crisis, this was big. So this was definitely an opportunity where the commission saw this happening, was able to lean in, was able to, make this investment and really make it count. There is another film that the commission is also supporting right now that's due out in hopefully in 2026. That's more focused on adult mental health, but same working title right now, Hiding in Plain Sight. So again, sort of speaks to that whole idea of stigma and how that still is a very much a force here in the world we live. All right, I'm going to forward to two other opportunities where we've leveraged strategic partnerships just as awareness for you guys, and always looking for more of these opportunities. But we've worked with Art with Impact for, gosh, I think it's been over 14 years now. This is a group that sort of meets mental health and art, sort of mixes those two in the form of film. They've developed 150 different films as a result of our partnership. They're free for educational, clinical, nonprofit, or public health use. Their themes all reflect the commission's work and have been screened and recognized at over 400 film festivals across the world. We've had commissioners that have actually introduced the films. Commissioner Alvarez actually introduced one of the films at a film festival one year, and she was able to, we were able to record her talking about her experience as a commissioner and the subject that was actually being portrayed in the film and how she related to that. And so it was really a nice showcase of the commission's work. And then the other opportunity is for commissioners to be able to leverage these films in your different networks. Again, they're free, and we can put together screenings and other different opportunities for you. The other thing that Art with Impact has done is that across at least the last 10 years, we've had more than 340 workshops at 147 different colleges in California. So those workshops not only take the films that have been developed through this process, but they actually workshop them with college kids on campus, and they have it very much outlined in an opportunity for kids to come in and view the film and then be in a safe space to talk about it and to reflect on the work. They do a survey after every single one of the workshops, and 85% of participants are more likely to seek support for mental health after attending one of the screenings. And I use the word mental health, but I meant behavioral health. There's actually a whole SUD sequence as well. So there's really a lot of opportunity there. They have a new model that they're wanting us to look at now to actually scale this even further. And the last one that I wanted to talk about a little bit is, I think most of us are very familiar with Cal Matters pretty significant name here in news and in California, but it is a partnership that we've started with them. They are a statewide nonprofit, nonpartisan newsroom. They're going to be producing some behavioral health stories, op-eds, and events using accountability and solutions-oriented approaches to reporting. And again, just sort of looking at what's being done to reduce stigma and how program efficacy is evaluated. So we're excited to see what happens with that one. It's in process right now.
Thank you so much. Clearly, there's a lot going on. Yes. I see
Yeah,
Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah. I just wanted to weigh in that these films can be enormously powerful. Just about a week ago, we aired a film at the theater in Oak Park on fentanyl, and it was produced, believe it or not, by a high school junior who's now a freshman in college. And he produced the film, and it was extraordinary on the impact of fentanyl on a community. Interviews with parents, students, et cetera. And I was going to give the information to Andrea because it's something we may want to do with our new focus on substance abuse. And it was very well received. It's been also shown all over the country.
Thanks for flagging that, Commissioner Gordon. Please, Commissioner Robinson.
Andrea, what are we doing in the social media space? Films are great, but what do we? I mean, do I need to be following somebody on Instagram?
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. We can talk a little bit more about it during our presentation tomorrow when we talk about our roles and responsibilities, but the commission would very, very much like to connect with all of you on social media. We don't have a huge social media following just by the nature of our work, but we are growing that. We've had tremendous success with LinkedIn, which has been a specific focus for us, over 200% increase just since I've had a social media person on board on staff. But there are a ton of opportunities, to your point, Commissioner
Particularly
Robinson.
with the youth. I mean,
Absolutely,
it's a
right?
way to connect with them. Right?
To be able to connect with them and to show them, to sort of showcase some of this work, like what we were just talking about here, right? How do we get them introduced to the Ken Burns film or to the Wellbeing's, wall or whatever it is. So yes, absolutely. Lots more to come on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Chambers. And then Commissioner.
No. And mine's a quick one. Do we have the hiding in plain sight film? Is it linked? Is it on our website? Can people go to our website and get?
We do have it linked off the website, but I can provide you the link.
Yeah. Well, I know it's on YouTube, but I was just thinking in terms of promoting it. I think it's a great, this is a great synopsis here of what the film's about, and people, as Commissioner Carnevale said, where they go for solutions and things, they're oftentimes going to probably go to our website. So it'd be nice to have an ability for them to watch that film through the website.
Yep, absolutely. No, that's a great direction. And to Commissioner Robinson's point, that was one of the things that we got was a really good social media toolkit. And so we did use social media to be able to promote that. But again, our followings are not as large as we would like them to be. So that's part of our goal right now is to be able to grow that a little bit more so we can touch more folks.
Quick, just to that point, I don't know if it's like a challenge to the commissioners, like our website, we have a lot of youth and adults. We have like over 150,000 followers throughout our different things. And for a peer run organization, that's pretty decent.
Amazing. Yeah.
I think if you gave us you said you had a press kit and someone fed me, if you forward me something, I could be responsible and accountable on a consistent basis because I actually forward every time you guys send that stuff. I make sure my staff does that in post. But if it's stuff like that, this is something I would definitely be committed to. If you feed me something, I'll send it to my media team. We'll post it all over, and then I'll have people tag the commit. My team will start tagging y'all and getting y'all involved because it is a machine. It is a science
Absolutely.
to social
Yep.
media.
Yep.
It is.
Absolutely. Yes, definitely. And that's what I would love to do, to be able to leverage those types of networks with all of your organizations.
Great,
for sure.
thanks. Commissioner Sai?
I've long been a strong believer of the power of story to move hearts and minds. Have a little bit of experience in filmmaking myself. Saw Hiding in Plain Sight, and it was great documentary. My comment is, I think, somewhat related to Commissioner Robinson's in that, filmmaking, it's fantastic, can reach a lot of people, can be very impactful. It's also extraordinarily resource intensive, and it's typically a pretty long effort, right? And so I've also, so not to say that, short films aren't great, but I think I also really like the idea of kind of grassroots ways to get the community involved. So things like photo journals, where we have, could be youth or it could be just people in the communities submitting pictures and then a story, right? And you just kind of put that together. Everyone's kind of contributing. We could put that on a site, but maybe kind of thinking about ways for people to themselves kind of be involved in the storytelling.
Absolutely. Love those ideas.
Commissioner Pulmano?
Yeah, I was just curious. You said on your Art with Impact, you have 150 films available for educational, clinical, nonprofit, and or public health use. My question is, how have you disseminated this information? Did you send them to schools? You send them to clinics, CBOs, all those advocacy organizations that that you have been working? Because I'm just curious. I mean, I'll be honest, and maybe I should be ashamed, but I've never seen your Hiding in Plain Sight. And maybe if I talk to most of my colleagues in the legislature, they've probably have not seen that, which is really not a good thing because, the legislature, we are responsible for a lot of things, including budget and funding. And if we don't know what you're doing, we're like in the dark. So can you just please let us know how is happening?
Yes, absolutely. So I think all of those avenues that you had mentioned, we have done. In fact, our chair, former chair, Madrigal Weiss, actually helped us get them out to, I think it was almost every district in your region in San Diego. And I think we had at least one screening of the film as a result of doing that, and that was Hiding in Plain Sight. But same thing with Art with Impact. Carrie actually put together a specific plan package of films for that particular school district. But yes, to your point, advocacy organizations, everyone within our network, we have sent this information out to. But again, that's what I'm hoping for with this new expanded board here, is that we have these additional networks that we can start leveraging and being able to get things out, because to your point, Commissioner, that is an absolute missed opportunity if we don't have folks in our own legislature. I mean, if it's been screened at the White House, but our own legislature isn't aware of it's something that we were doing, right? We definitely have something to work on there. So, yeah.
Great. I couldn't agree more. There's what do they call it? Select committees on mental health, on youth mental health. There's an interest in creating one. There's a lot of leadership in the legislature around this topic, and to uplift this, frankly, it's our own promotion of the work that we
Absolutely.
do and continued investments in this work and the role that the commission uniquely plays in the landscape.
Absolutely. And the advantage too is that this particular opportunity is an evergreen opportunity. So even though we haven't done it yet, it doesn't mean we've lost that opportunity, right? Because that content will continue to be relevant and is still relevant. So
Yes, there's absolutely still a youth mental health crisis, so for sure. Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, only that I think we should have a budget for this as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordner.
That is a wonderful segue.
This doesn't happen, it doesn't happen magically. It requires resources.
Absolutely.
To Commissioner Gordon's point, we've been very fortunate that the commission has made the decision to use some of its operating budget to be able to make these kind of investments and to support the communications. But absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And Kendra and I have some ideas about putting together an ask for that very specifically. So thank you.
Thank you. The only other thing I want to add to the conversation, and again, this is also for our newer commissioners, what you heard about right now are these priorities that really stem from a variety of sources, both from commissioner expertise in raising priority opportunities here as part of these discussions, from community conversations and feedback and meeting the moment in response to what's happening around us, as well as legislative support these are things that the legislature brought forward and we're like, you are doing this, right? Obviously in partnership with us, but we'll talk more tomorrow when we talk about our committee structure and those opportunities for input, because there's so many great ideas around this table. And how do we make sure we are not biting off more than we can chew, and that we are actually utilizing our resources in the smartest way possible to make the most impact? So just want to connect this conversation to our conversation around structure tomorrow. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 8 with this same great team, I believe. Yes. Oh, just kidding. We're going to go. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to the public. Reverse. We're going to go into public comment. Amariani, can I please ask for your support?
Yes, we currently have no comments in the room, but we have 4 virtual comments. Our first comment is from Stacy. Your line is open.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my notes up here. Oops, I'm trying to get my video. Sorry. There. First, I really want to commend this presentation and the exemplary staff that you have. It is so wonderful to get to have an overview of the portfolio. And your staff are dedicated, brave, and all these years have been, you are so fortunate that they are still here at the commission. And this applies not only to the panel, but the many staff behind the scenes. We trust them and look forward to working with them going forward. I do have to give some history for some of the newer commissioners, that the former executives' lack of commitment to and understanding of programs and services that serve BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities was very obvious to many of us. This presentation on the portfolio illustrates this if one examines the choice of programs that the commission has chosen to fund and focus on over the others. For example, the Alcove program has been known to be set up more in school serving upper income areas, and I have not heard of many that have been set up in low income neighborhoods primarily, or schools primarily that serve youth of color. Another example, early psychosis identification may be effective and evidence-based, but my colleagues of color at the county level have told me that bang for the buck, they would have much rather spent MHSA PEI dollars on other programs. Early psychosis identification is expensive, and as Commissioner Tsai noted, it is focused on a clinical setting as opposed to families and communities. With a shortage of bilingual, bicultural physicians and clinicians that EPI requires, it is no surprise that this is not a program that reduces disparities. Now, I'm not saying that Alcove or early psychosis identification are bad programs, but you should note programs that would have definitely reduced disparities and are desired by BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities, such as the California Reducing Disparities Project, were not supported by the former executive, and this affected the knowledge and support of staff and commissioners. There is much to say about the community advocacy grants. I have a lot of criticism regarding these grants, but I want to make it clear that most of the shortcomings, in my opinion, are due directly to the actions and values of the former executive. Before the administration of these advocacy grants was placed under the commission, staff of the grantees and representatives of the communities that they serve were always present at the commission meetings, including this one. The grants were designed, take a look and you will see not many representatives at the commission meetings, including this one, sorry. The grants were designed deliberately with this outcome in mind.
Thank you, Stacey. Your time is up. If you could please wrap
Okay,
up.
I just want to thank Laurel Benamita and Steve McNally and others who represent important parts of the community on a consistent basis without any reimbursement, but because they are committed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy. Our next comment is the phone number ending in 837. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Mark Clements. Again, my question is, why hasn't
I've never seen the film. I would very much like to see it. I'm sure a lot of the people, especially in the underserved communities, would also like to see this film. And I'm wondering where I would be able to get it, and where other people would be able to get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next comment is from Laurel. Your line is open.
Hello again, Laurel Ben Hamida from Mass Social Services Foundation and Bremco. So going back, thank you for the presentation. Again, very good. Going back to the data transparency suites. So right now we have something happening that happened in the previous Trump administration. The refugee resettlement organizations and many who serve immigrants and refugees are being completely defunded. Their business model is being broken. At least one in California has just closed already. So the question is, when we look at the counties and how much money they're sitting on, it isn't really a blame game. It's really looking to see if community-based organizations can survive. Can they survive? Will California help them survive? Will the counties release emergency funds or other funds that are not spent, have not been spent, to help them through these tough times and to build new business models? If they can't survive, the community-based organizations, then mental health disparities will soar. That's not what any of us want. And just a side word, Bremco is Reducing Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I recently saw that both mental health and disparities are now on lists of banned words from the federal government. Well, let's think about that. Anyway, thank you again.
Thank you, Laurel. Our next public comment is from Steve. Your line is open.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I always like to check. I'm using my son's gaming hand-me-downs headset. Okay, I apologize for not being here earlier, but I was at my own meeting for the local county mental health or behavioral health advisory board. I put the welfare and institution code in there, and I asked each of the commissioners to look at that. 5604.2. They are our shall duties, which include review and approve citizen engagement. And I think if you were to poll the local boards, you'd find how little they're involved with community engagement. Also, I would like to ask all of you, since we could spend 5% of MHSA or BHSA funds on community engagement, where has California been to be able to spend $100 million every year for the last 5 years to determine what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be expanded? I know DHCS now has many stakeholder groups, and it's great to archive what's happening, but my concern is that the same faces are at the table and they're very little system users, anyone that uses a system at the table. And consequently, just like in CalAIM, you get hiccups. The first time they did the children's pharmacy benefit, the people said, oh, you took away all the workarounds we had for children's mental health prescriptions. So my concerns are, I'm very impressed, obviously, with, like everyone else, with what the board does do and what your commission does do. But it seems like you're funding fiscal sponsor of DHCS less than accountability. And what I would look forward to seeing, and I'm glad that Gary Tsai brought it up, the counties have all sorts of data. Nobody's asking for it, but they don't have an easy way to show it. It was estimated that we'd have to spend $90 million in our county to address Prop 1 reporting. Who knows what the state's going to do to accept the data? The open data portal has tons of the data, and some of it is what you were asking for today. that is reported by other agencies across the state. So I would ask that the board see itself as the commission, I'm sorry, see itself as the leader to integrate LA, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles, Orange County. The four of us are 45% of California. If your commissioners connected to our local boards, which connected to the California Behavioral Health Planning Council and connected to the legislatures across each of the areas that you come from, that would be very helpful in getting visibility across the state. I have no problems with what the commission
Thank you.
does.
Your time is up. If you could please wrap up your comment.
I will. Thank you very much. I have no problems either with the prior executive director or what you do. But what my concern is that there's a Sacramento bubble here that either we acknowledge or we don't acknowledge. And until we look in the mirror and find out that no one really listens to anyone across the state, they just tell people what to do, we're not going to fix our problems. It's mostly organizational, operational, and shared interdependent goals of someone. When you can't figure out who owns it, it's very hard to make sure anyone's accountable for it. So thank you for letting me run over. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment.
Thank you for your patience. We are counting people.
Right.
That is what we are doing. Okay, thank you so much for your patience again. And thank you, team, for your presentation and overview and the incredible work that you do every day in order to make our impact. We're doing a little bit of a switcheroo in the agenda. We're actually going to move into the budget presentation. So, surprise. We're going to have this presentation by Deputy Director Pate. And if we are able to have quorum, we will then vote on the budget. If not, it will just be an item for information and we'll vote tomorrow. So thanks again for your patience with that. And thank you for the flexibility in moving this item up in the agenda.
All right, you said budget and everybody left me. I don't know what's going on here.
Cody, please bring up the budget presentation, which is the last presentation of the, good, perfect, thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time today and welcome to all our new commissioners. It's great to meet you and have you on our team. Today, I'll share with you our mid-year expenditures and provide you with an overview of the changes that have occurred since my last presentation that was in July of 2025. And also share with you the governor's proposed 25-26 budget. And if I can figure this out. Sorry. Okay.
I just want to emphasize what you just said, Norma, to the commission. This is a two-part presentation. One is an update on our 24-25 budget, and the second is an information around the 25-26 budget. So it's a two-part presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, this first slide shows the California budget process. The California budget process starts with the governor's proposed budget in January 10th. The legislature reviews and revises it through hearings and negotiations, and then the final budget must be approved by both houses by June 15th and signed by the governor by June 30th. The commission can request budget changes through the Department of Finance or by working with the legislature to discuss new initiatives, program needs, and supports. Next slide, please. The commission's current and proposed budget is $47.2 million this year, and going forward,
The commission's budget will be reduced by 3 positions and 1.5 million to meet state operation reductions requirements. The governor issued an executive order with the goal of reducing state spending by 1.5 billion by permanently eliminating 10,000 vacant positions and their funding. Additionally, our operating expenditures will be decreased by 1.5 million. And this is also part of the governor's budget reduction to save approximately 2.8 billion in 2025 and beyond. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the commission's spending, including savings from permanent vacancies and limited term positions. This year, we spent more on IT and legal to cover costs from the Department of Justice requirements and workplace investigations. And we're also involved in a statewide MEDA lawsuit that Sandra's been spending a lot of time managing. And our IT costs went up because as we talked about data earlier, our data, in order to build our data infrastructure here at the commission, we're required to negotiate our data use agreements with departments that we receive the data from. And so for the Department of Justice, they require quite a lot of policies and procedures and things that we have to have in place in order to keep the data safe once we receive it. And so we've been working closely with the Department of Justice to get all of our policies in place. And so there was more costs associated with our IT this year. And then to meet the state reduction requirements, we moved funds from our budget used for behavioral health student services admin funds for data research projects that are focused on children and youth. The mid-year balance is approximately $1,086,000. 400 of the remaining balance is set aside for full service partnerships, and 250,000 is reserved for any unanticipated year-end cost, which will leave us at the end of this year, we're estimating approximately 436,000. The commission's budget remains balanced despite the state's reductions and unanticipated cost. Despite these adjustments, our financial planning ensures continued support for all critical operations and services. Next slide, please. The commission currently has 56 filled positions and 10 vacancies, which account for approximately 62% of the overall budget. Operating costs make up 28%, and 5% is allocated to budget-directed costs, and 7% of the budget is reserved for state reduction requirements. 3 of the 10 positions that we currently have will be reduced this year and ongoing as a result of the state reductions. Our budget-directed costs require legislative or budget language that mandates the commission to spend funds on specific projects. The commission receives $400,000 annually to provide biannual reporting that tracks and analyzes outcomes for the populations eligible for full service partnership services. $100,000 annually for 3 years, starting in fiscal year 2024, for communications and legal support to implement the necessary changes as required in SB 326, the Behavioral Health Modernization Act. And then the 7.9% reduction in fiscal year 24-25 and ongoing to achieve savings over 2.1 billion, which I mentioned earlier. Next slide. For local assistance, the commission receives $34.3 million annually for local assistance. 41% is allocated to the Mental Health Wellness Act, 16% to the Behavioral Health Student Services Act, and 14% for advocacy. The Mental Health Wellness Act provides essential crisis services that can intervene in emergencies and offer immediate support to those in need. And the Behavioral Health Student Services Act fosters a healthier school environment by creating wellness centers that support students' mental health, emotional well-being. The community advocacy programs empower diverse populations through training, outreach, and advocacy, ensuring that all voices are heard and represented in local decision-making process. And the commission, with input from local partners, approves the funding for these programs. These programs have a significant impact on local communities by addressing critical mental health and wellness needs. The commission currently has, at the bottom of this slide, The commission currently has 3 active procurements underway for immigrants and refugees, advocacy for local level assistance, and then maternal mental health and K through 12 advocacy. The commission will receive outlines for the remaining 3 planned procurements in April and May of this year, which include immigrants and refugee advocacy statewide and technical assistance and evaluation for the 0 to 5 maternal mental health grant program, and a plan for the second phase of the FSP evaluation. In 2024, the commission approved $10 million for FSP evaluation, and a proposal will be presented to the commission in April for the remaining $10 million, which will be a total of $20 million for FSP evaluation. Next slide, please. Our other active funds include CYBHI. The Budget Act, is, as Will mentioned earlier today, of 2021 provided funding for CYBHI and $429 million to the Department of Healthcare Services for the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative Grant Program. This program funds efforts to improve service delivery, capacity, and access for underserved populations dealing with mental health and substance abuse issues. The commission, on behalf of the Department of Healthcare Services, launched 2 competitive procurements. One was for youth drop-in centers, and the other was for early intervention programs and practices. We don't directly monitor these grants, but we do provide technical assistance and support, and we collaborate with the Department of Healthcare Services on these grants to make sure that our technical assistance is providing the support that's needed at the local level. And we received $15 million to administer these grant programs, including $10 million for technical assistance and then $4.8 million to oversee the programs. We spent approximately $150,000 of that on the procurement process. The BHSA, the Budget Act of 2021 and 2022 provides the commission $25 million to administer the Behavioral Health Student Services Act grant program and $16.6 million to evaluate the program. The Behavioral Health Student Services program is ongoing and funds are still used for administration and evaluation. And staff will continue to provide the commission and public with progress and lessons learned from the School-County Partnership Grant Program. Next slide. Okay. Expenditure authority is the last slide. In April 2024, the commission approved $600,000 for Breaking Barrier Symposium. Later, it was clarified that the $300,000 was for the symposium and $300,000 for 2 specific deliverables. And those deliverables are to establish a network of providers in California to enhance technical assistance for county and local teams to advocate child services, create a curriculum for an integrated care certificate pilot program offering a certificate to state, regional, and local leaders in child serving agencies in California. The current contract is with the University of Pacific McGeorge School of Law for breaking barriers in the amount of $300,000. This contract, if approved, will be with the University of the Pacific McGeorge School of Law for $300,000, and the contract will require UOP to collaborate closely with the commission and agency. Both current contract and UOP proposed contract were sole source contracts. Then we have $3 million for Empath. One of the grantees withdrew from the program, and we requested to reappropriate these funds specifically for additional Empath grants. And so these funds expire in June 30th. And so what we would use these funds for, if approved today, would be to allocate $1 million to Sutter Coast, who originally received $1 million less than the other grantees. And the remaining $2 million would be divided among the other Empath grantees to expand their programs. And then $995,300 for older adults. One of the older adult grantees could not continue their program due to staffing changes, and staff worked with the Department of Finance and reappropriated these funds to support other Pearl and age-wise grants. These funds will help the older adult programs. Motion. The motion is that the commission approves the fiscal year 24-25 expenditure plan and associated contracts. And
Great. Thank you
Hopefully
so
you got
much.
all that. I've tried to do it within 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Director Pate. And again, so this is an update to our 24-25 approved budget. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Gordon.
Just two quick questions. So number one, then our amount of money is 22 million, which is available through 6/30/26. So that would be available to budget in next year's budget,
Mhm.
or further on this year if we so chose, right?
Correct.
Okay. Second question is, the Integrated Care Certificate Pilot Program, offering a certificate to leaders in children's serving agencies to do what?
Will's been working closely with.
If I could jump in, Commissioner.
Yeah.
The Breaking Barriers contract, as Norma said, there were two parts. One was to support the annual symposium.
Right.
And that was I think that was clearly reported to the commission
Right.
at its June
Right, yeah.
meeting. And so the action was clear there. The intent was an additional 300,000, but it wasn't spelled out. The purpose of it is Breaking Barriers has been working in collaboration with the CYBHI staff at agency and San Bernardino County Office of Education to essentially experiment with how to help school staff and healthcare worker staff learn how to, and social services staff for that matter, learn how to sort of collaborate on individual student needs. This isn't aimed at the sort of upper level management, billing, managed care plan sort of interaction. This is much more at the sort of the granular, how do we work together as teams? And the intent of the work that they're doing with Soheil's staff is to, based on the work they're doing now, create a certificate program that could be offered via University of Pacific to staff, school staff and healthcare staff and other staff, practitioner staff across the state as a way of just sort of sharpening those skills of the ability of basically 2 or 3 disciplines that don't really speak the same language most of the time to sort of get a common vocabulary. And CYBHI leadership very much support this, and sort of were a little concerned that it might be sort of stopped because of the contract uncertainty. So I asked staff to bring this back on the agenda just so that there's a clear record that the commission knowingly appropriated the money for this purpose.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just think it should become more widely known, because if others have some
Yeah, I mean, I think,
thoughts about what should be included
yeah,
in the training, that might be helpful.
I think they're reaching out pretty broadly to sort of consult with
Thank you.
subject matter experts.
To that point, can we invite?
I have a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Commissioner.
The 3 million empath funds, I just want to make sure I understand. So in the presentation previously, you had said there's 10 hospitals are participating, right? 6 in round 1, 4 in round 2. It looks like you have given an additional 1 million to Sutter Coast. And then this 2 million to be divided among the grantees. Is that all the 9 grantees, or is it a specific number of grantee in a specific round?
It would be all of the other grantees.
So the 9 grantees except Sutter. And then when it says expander programs, what does that mean? Are we adding additional unit, or I
It
was
means
just
that
curious.
we wouldn't just give them additional funds. They would have to come up with a plan for the funds to expand the program. So it wouldn't be just giving them more money.
I see.
They would have to show that how they would use those dollars to expand.
And we would be seeing those plans, correct? For the additional fundings?
Yes, staff usually reviews those, but we can certainly share them with the commission if you're interested.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yep, thanks. Norma, the 10 vacancies that you referenced, what types of positions are they? Just in general, how long have they been vacant?
The three positions that we have are in the research area. They're what we refer to as research scientist 3 positions. And so those would be on Melissa's team. And then those have been vacant for, we withheld hiring some of our positions this year because of the budget reduction. There was some negotiations that I had to do with the Department of Finance because our vacancy report was, showed that we had more vacancies than we actually had. And so we had to go back and forth and to make sure we had the right number of vacancies. And so I withheld any hiring at that time because I didn't know what our budget reduction was going to be at the end of the day. And so once I confirmed that our number would be based on our current vacancies, which would only be 3 positions, then we started recruitments again. And so that we started those recruitments about 3 months ago. And so we held the positions for probably a good 6 months prior to that, so about 9 months total.
Okay. And the other 7, yeah.
And then the other positions are, we have a recently vacated manager 3 level position. Jigna Shaw, who used to work for the commission, left the commission, and so her position is vacant. And then we also have a attorney position that at this time was vacant, but we just filled that position, and our attorney is going to start next week, 2 weeks, on the 1st. And then we had a few limited term positions, and the staff that were limited term have about a 2-year timeframe that they can work for the commission in a limited term position. And so we took the permanent positions and made those employees, those limited term individuals permanent.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Public, oh, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Mariani, can we see if there's any public comment?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, we do not have any in the room, and we also do not have any online.
Great. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. About me. I just meant. I'm so sorry. Is there a motion?
I just want to know what that meant. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I'm moving for staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sandra, can we please?
Yes, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Bear. Commissioner Burnick. Commissioner Burnick. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan. Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Larson.
Abstain.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Southard. Did we lose everybody online? Commissioner Tsai.
Approve.
Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Give me a second. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Deputy Director Pate, for the presentation.
Thank you.
We are going to go back to our last agenda item, which is also an informational agenda item on team organization and responsibilities. Here, we will learn more about the staffing structure of the commission and the specific responsibilities of the various teams. So I'd like to re-welcome Norma Pate, Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Performance Management, Tom Orrock, Deputy Director of Operations, Dr. Melissa Martin-Mullard, Chief of Research and Evaluation, Kendra Zoller, Deputy Director of Legislation, and Andrea Anderson, Chief of Communications, to present this item. I will be stepping away for 15 minutes, and Vice Chair Roulette will chair the meeting. Thank you.
All right, me again. Uh, So, my responsibilities include the commission's human resources, budget, accounting, IT, performance management, and strategic planning. I'm not really going to speak to the slides. I just put information on the slides that would help you kind of understand what each of those divisions are responsible for. But really, our focus is, to support our teams. So, earlier today, you heard about our portfolios, and you heard about, our research and evaluation, our programs, our legislation and external affairs. And really, our job now currently is looking at our organizational structure. We've reorganized things in our, with the commission based on some recent changes. And I really am looking at, do staff have the right skills to do the job that they're now required to do? And how can we best support them through this change? What types of training can we provide? And really looking at the overall performance of the commission in, what are we getting for, what we've paid for in our contracts, and how do we share that better? So I've been working closely with Sandra on contracts and outcome-based monitoring to really look at, what is it that we can share with the public and the commission that will really help us inform the work that we're doing. And, and budgets, really focusing our dollars on what is it that we need to accomplish and how can we better support the initiatives that we have, that the commission has directed us to support. And really building our IT infrastructure so that we have the capacity to receive the data that's so important for us to share with the communities. And so that's really our focus right now, is really strengthening our staff, and using our resources effectively so that we have the training and opportunities that we need for our teams to be successful, and really looking at our work and focusing on outcomes, not just on getting the money out. A lot of times we've gotten the money in our budget and we've received millions of dollars at one time, and really our focus was get the money out so the communities get the services that they need. But now we need to really slow down and focus on the outcomes. What is it that we need to share, and how do we better support our communities? And so that's really what our focus is right now. And so happy to answer any questions that you might have, and any suggestions that you could provide, greatly appreciated.
Are you taking questions now? Or?
Maybe we just go through them and then take the questions.
You want to, you want to address any of that, or you did that? Okay. Great. So I think I spoke earlier about the couple of programs where there's ongoing funding. I oversee the Behavioral Health Student Services Act grants and the technical assistance and evaluation that comes with that, and also the Mental Health Wellness Act funds, which is $20 million per year. As I shared earlier, the 0 to 5, SUD, FSP, empath, older adults, and peer respite are the current programs under the Mental Health Wellness Act that we oversee. And then also, until June of 2026, we will have county innovation plans still coming in. BHSA shifts that to provide funds to the commission for statewide innovation, but until then, counties will still present innovation plans that meet the needs at the local level. And so we have staff who evaluate those plans. We've provided some guidance to the counties that the innovation funds between now and June of 2026 should really focus on transitioning them to BHSA. And then the two programs mentioned earlier. We also oversee the alcove and coordinated specialty care clinic model that we shared earlier. These are one-time funds, but I think there's this potential specifically for CSC, obviously, to for those programs to see some uptake and continued funding.
And then as the lead of the research and evaluation team, I oversee our data analytics and research work, our evaluation and learning, and our transparency and accountability, like I discussed with the transparency suite and some of the other projects that the research and evaluation team has led. I think with the new organizational structure, we're going to be able to not only use research and evaluation as its own lever for transformational change, but really have it more embedded in the program and grants function, so that we're continuously learning and using research to support and help the grants team make decisions about where the dollars can be best spent. We already work closely with legislation, our Deputy Director of Legislative, sorry, Kendra, Legislation and External Affairs, and produce policy projects that support those efforts. So I think the new structure, because it's more integrated, you'll see research and evaluation more incorporated and kind of braided throughout our portfolio moving forward.
Okay, hello, I'm Kendra Zoller, Deputy Director of Legislation or Legislative Affairs and External Affairs. So I think I've been here 3 years and I've been the legislative person advocating for the commission at the Capitol, staying on top of bills there and building relationships with legislators, legislative staff, stakeholders, state partners. I will now also oversee commission support. So formulating all the agendas, all the logistics, really being the link between the commissioners and staff. And then also our advocacy contracts, which you heard about earlier. That team develops these contracts, collects all the information, but is also out in the community doing listening sessions and events. So if you have questions about any of these, I'm the person.
Hi, Andrea Anderson once again, these are generally the areas that communications has focused on in my 5+ years now with the commission. Very much focused on strategic communications. Most commissioners are familiar with our transformational change report. We try to do that on a biannual basis to sort of update on initiatives similar to the update that you saw today, but being able to kind of do that on a timely basis. Obviously, the anti-stigma and recovering messaging, all the brand management, the new branding has kept us very busy the last 6 months or so. We also do commission support and then the media monitor, which I think all of the new commissioners should be signed up for that. If you're not getting that, please definitely reach out and let me know. We'll get you signed up, but that's just our way of keeping you guys on top of everything that is out there in the media related to the commission's work each week. We also handle the marketing channel management. So everything we talked about this morning relative to social media, earned media outreach, we're developing a podcast. We handle our email campaigns and any updates that we do to the website. Program support, so all of the policy reports that the commission does, we handle those from the design side and help with writing and editing of all of those things. We do marketing plans, and we also just in general manage the website, which we're actually really excited about to be partnering in the new era going forward with Kendra in sort of an external relations capacity, and being able to take another look at the website and how that's better aligning, or how we would be able to better align it with the goals of the BHSA and the new work that the commission's doing. So kind of excited to dig into that. When I first started the Commission's website was in a sad way. We were very much out of compliance with ADA, and there were all kinds of other issues. So we did a new website, got a lot of traction off of that, a lot of increased traffic, and changed our focus for the more positive, more focused on specific initiatives. But now that those things are evolving, we're excited to kind of take a look at it again and reimagine what that looks like for us. And the one thing I did want to say earlier, I'd referenced in my earlier statements about the opportunity to leverage strategic partnerships, which we have done through the filmmakers and other things. I also wanted to recognize that within the Commission's communications in general, communicating program outcomes is really not enough. We heard that sort of echoed in a lot of the things that we said this morning. We're actually trying to shape public understanding of behavioral health and well-being. And in doing that, we've been putting an increased focus on developing and distributing communications that people will read, understand, and act on. So we're trying to apply that to pretty much everything we do, from social media, through email, through our reports, and daily communication. That is really part of the focus. And one of the things that we've employed to do that is trying to use inclusive and thoughtful language. So things like stigma go all the way down to the language. We're all very familiar of, different ways to refer to people either having a mental illness or having an unmet mental need or challenge. So there's a lot of work that can be done in that area, and that's been something that's been really exciting, and I look forward to doing more of it. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your presentation and your time. Inviting commissioners, I know that there was one, Commissioner Robinson had a question. I invite other commissioners to ask questions at this time. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Norma, can you just briefly talk about our approach to monitoring, assessing employee engagement, and kind of how do we go about that?
So, we've started looking at really, how we just reorganized the organization. So people are working with new managers now, or maybe under new teams. And so really trying to engage with each individual staff and look at their, their workload and look at their classification, ensure that their work and their classification are in line with what the commission needs to accomplish. And so right now that's going to be quite time consuming because some of the duties have changed. And so we'll be meeting with individuals and going over their work and then discussing what needs to be accomplished with the commission and making sure that their duties align with the commission's needs.
So that's a great response. I'm really thinking about, are we going to explore a more consistent mechanism for, on a regular cadence, capturing opinions about the workplace? Do people feel engaged? Do voices feel heard? The best practice is really to, annually or twice a year, assessing employee satisfaction, if you will, or engagement, and then taking the results and building action plans that are responsive. So are we moving towards that, or is that something that you're considering?
Yes, we are developing surveys that we can send out to staff so that they're confidential, so that staff can share things that they may not want to be identified. So doing annual surveys is on our list of things that we want to roll out this next year.
Okay. And will a part of that be getting the results and building the action plans from that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
First, thank you so much. As a new commissioner, this is really helpful, and it's really nice to meet all of you. I have two quick questions and then a request. So the first question is around procurement. Where does procurement live in the org chart? Does it look like under operations and programs?
Yeah, that's right, under all those grant programs. But there's also procurement that happens with our advocacy contracts as well, because those are all competitive procurements.
Yep. So it's separate teams that do them though.
But now it's separate teams, yeah.
Okay, got it. And then Norma, you had mentioned just our IT infrastructure, and I'm wondering if you could sort of elaborate on that. Like, is it that the commission and staff will need new systems, or is it just looking at leveraging our current systems better, or?
No, it's building the infrastructure. So we have to have, the state and federal requirements require us to have specific policies and procedures in place in order to receive data. And then also we have to negotiate our data use agreements. And then we also are, it's every other year, we have an assessment by the Department of Military to make sure that we have a safe and secure environment, to make sure that as we receive our data and, you know, the information that we access on our computers it is in compliance. And so oftentimes we'll have an action plan or something that comes out of that. So we just want to make sure that we are meeting our requirements, that, you know, that we have a safe environment, and also that we have a safe environment to receive the data that from the other departments.
Got it. Thanks. That's really helpful.
Mhm.
And then just, I can't remember if it was given to us when we were onboarded, but can we get an organizational chart?
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Additional questions from commissioners?
I have one
Uh-oh.
final thing. This is not organizational. This is to answer the question that I stumbled over this morning when Commissioner Bontrager asked, are wellness coaches reimbursable? DHCS is completing the SPA to make them reimbursable that is to be submitted at the end of this month, and it'll be retroactive to January. So let me unclutter what I cluttered this morning.
Commissioner Gordon.
I just had a question. Are we going to be meeting more or less once a month? Continuing even with the larger group? There's a reason for my question.
The conversation why don't you share? Yeah.
Well, we've had a conversation about what the legislation under Prop 1 requires. And the requirements of we'll tag team this, okay? What the legislative requirements include are, and I don't want to misstate, but I believe it's quarterly meetings.
Must have quarterly.
Must have quarterly meetings. Now, we can determine that that is not sufficient to satisfy the needs of the people of the state of California, or however you choose to approach that, but we must have quarterly meetings. I'll let you add something to that.
In the conversations that the chair and the vice chair and I had in, sort of over the recent weeks, what we were assuming was that we needed to have this meeting, we need an April meeting, we need a May meeting, and we actually do need the July. We need to have them. We sort of went back and forwards. Do we need the May meeting? Yes, we do, because after the budget is adopted, then the state budget, after the May revise, we need to know if there's any changes, as well as be able to just issue the RFPs, particularly for the FSP contractor technical assistance work. Then we go dark in June. We need to come back in July because we both have the adopted budget at that point. And if we have to make any changes, we need to do that then. The thinking that we were having is we could then take our temperature at either the May or the July meeting to sort of say, is it the commissioner's sense that we need to maintain a cadence of monthly for the rest of the year, or go, skip a couple months? And then as we get to the end of the year, both with your new director on board and all the new commissioners on board, then I think we're assuming that's the time to sort of ask, is a frequency less than monthly appropriate or not? I mean, we both need to be sure we've got enough presence to get the business done, include the public in our business, and not get into such a crowded situation that we're always dropping stuff off the end of each agenda. So it's sort of a non-answer, but we would say April for sure, May for sure, July for sure.
Well, so the two reasons for my question were, if we're going to continue to do the 2-day meetings sometimes to visit programs, it would really, really help if we could get that scheduled well in advance. So if we knew there was something we wanted to visit, we would know to schedule that. That's number one. But I also wanted to affirm Commissioner Callan's suggestion that I think we ought to see some program results come before us. I agree with the advocacy presentations, but I think if we could do some presentations on things that are going on with our services and with our programs, it would be uplifting to all of us. And if we did it in a visit, that would be one thing, but on our regular agenda, it wouldn't have to take a long time. We could bring, say, some students in here to talk for 20 minutes or something. So anyway, just wanted to affirm that suggestion.
Great points, Dave. Thank you. Additional questions or comments?
I have one quick question.
Oh, certainly. Commissioner
With
Callan.
with Andrea, with the I'm really excited about the podcast, whatever that is. And I was just thinking creatively out loud, just maybe a little clip on the website of what is behavioral health and someone just talking about it, because I think that might open the gateway to more traffic. Anyway, that's just a thought I had. Sounds really great though.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. We did a little bit of a pivot with the podcast. When we started the podcast, we had a couple of ideas. The most recent one was to actually have an internal look at the commission itself. What is behavioral health would have been like a big, sort of defining thing. But because we're in the midst of all of this change, that we're sort of pivoting there as well. But we have some great ideas, and I love that one. And that's So any additional ones, like we're definitely open for that right now because we're trying to figure out what that looks like. So. Thank you.
Additional comments from the other commissioners? All right, Amariani.
Commissioner Roma?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Brown, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I think that the team at PBS had that actually on their roadmap originally as part of the work. So I will check in and see if that's still something they're looking at. But I agree, that would be very interesting.
Intriguing to be able to, it's always intriguing and compelling, Dave and Commissioner Callan and everyone, when you have individuals come back and give an account of their experience with the public behavioral health system and its impact on families, on lives, on ameliorating distress, and then how often those individuals are the ones that are leading the charge now going forward because they navigated it, albeit with some challenge, but they did. It is always a very compelling experience. So looking forward to how you respond to that. Thank you. Amariani, we're going to now transition. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course, Chair.
So sorry, I'm back. Hello, everybody. I don't know at what point I wanted to bring this up, but we're in a time right now where there is so much excitement around Medi-Cal and the opportunity to better pay and sustain programs because of Medi-Cal. And we're all looking at it, and there's challenges to bringing in community organizations and peers and community health workers, all of that. But the intention and promise and leadership in our state is there, while we are at risk of losing billions of dollars from the federal level. And I want to bring that to this commission, because oftentimes we are siloed and we aren't talking about how our different healthcare components impact the work. If California loses billions of dollars in Medicaid funding, all of the promises we've discussed today are at risk. And I don't know what that means for the work of this commission and the opportunity to engage with our fellow sister agencies. But I'm stressed about that. And I know our stakeholder, our communities members and community leaders are incredibly worried. And I'm just very curious from my fellow commissioners in your areas of expertise and the work that you're doing, how it's coming up for you. I would love to hear more about that. And it doesn't, I recognize it's 3:37 and we have the chance of getting out early. But this is scary. It is really scary. And this is putting politics aside, this is Medicaid is supported by folks across the political spectrum. And I just think there's such an opportunity to really elevate how this isn't a special program that covers a few people. 1 in 3 of us rely on Medi-Cal, and hopefully even more opportunity for the mental health system because of it, or behavioral health system, excuse me.
And one of the inculcated features of Will's presentation this morning was an opportunity to engage, and I think Commissioner Sy and he used a Los Angeles County example around the implications associated with what you just described. And Will's presentation provoked that. And so certainly more of that to come. Will's presentation also, as articulated by members of the public, was done so well. A, he was promoted to go run the IRS, and then B, he provided the language that people could begin to digest really the ginormous, I don't know if that's a real word, implications associated with what may be, I predict, a reduction in the federal share of Medicaid support. And so what does that mean to California? Not elimination, but a percentage reduction. Yeah, and that, again, was one of the things that came up this morning.
Chair Alvarez, I appreciate you raising this. Yesterday, I read 4 articles that told me no new information. But when I get anxious, I try to get as much information as I can. So I just read article over and over, potential reductions in the Medicaid match, potential per capita cuts if they want to focus on that. I'm certainly losing sleep over this. In Los Angeles on the substance use side, we've expanded every single service that we offer: prevention, harm reduction, treatment, recovery-oriented housing, year by year since 2017. And I'm thinking about what would happen if we experience the amount of loss with the match, potentially also with federal waivers, if they focus on that. That would be devastating. Again, bipartisan, right? Just from a service level perspective for the safety net population that we serve. So your anxiety is shared.
I'll just add that, the health systems are looking at this in a lot of detail. We've been getting together with elected officials. There's meetings planned to do more of that. But just to give you a sense of how we're looking at it, and not to be hyperbolic, but we're saying, what if you knew the pandemic was coming? What would you do? How would you plan for that? And so we're looking at, do we need to look at alternative spaces for care? Do we need to look at, changes to EMTALA, recommending changes to EMTALA? What's going to happen in our emergency rooms? Who'll start managing their care through the emergency rooms versus through primary care? So it's been looked at in a great level of detail, and that's ongoing, and essentially planning for the worst case scenario.
I wanted to emphasize that for schools, this is it's a huge deal. We have clinicians posted now in about 60 of our schools in Sacramento County, billed back to Medi-Cal, and it would be catastrophic if those clinicians had to be taken out. So in all of our colloquy with the education folks, we have a meeting on Friday with 6 or 7 of our superintendents, with Representative Ami Bera here in Sacramento. There'll be a news conference after it, and the role of Medicare is going to be prominent in that discussion because all of these leaders have the benefit of clinicians in their schools as well as other services. So I think we all have to voice that around whatever profession we're dealing with, the impact.
Well, yes, please, Commissioner Carnevale.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but while we're meeting, Trump just cut $1 billion out of SAMHSA. So as you know, President Obama used to say, hope is not a plan, and I don't think we should sit and wait in the hope that it's not going to happen, because it's going to happen. It's going to try. And I think we should, as a commission, this unique moment, we need to figure out what our response is going to be.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment of this commission in raising awareness and educating our elected officials regarding the importance of the Medicaid program and its connection to our behavioral health system. So thank you very much. Appreciate this community.
All right, Amariani, is there any public comment?
We have one virtual comment from Steve. Your line is open.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, my name's Steve McNally. I'm on a local county board in Orange County. My comments are my own. I should have said that earlier. I'm so glad the chair brought this conversation up because it's good to put it on the table. Something I try to remind everyone of is there's 40 million of us citizens. You're all citizens, but you also do other things. There's 12 million of us that are Medi-Cal, right? That's 30%. And think about what you do to empower all of us to ensure the success, because your success is success for my son with schizophrenia. Your success is all the agencies at the state, under the executive branch at the state, not working in silos. And I would use BHSA as your pilot of how to lose money, since MHSA essentially lost its entire budget at the county level every 3 years. That's the financial impact of that. It only actually lost 5% to the state, but it had the restrictions put on the other, the housing bundle. And the confusion between CalAIM now and serious mental illness and having systems mirror each other. And I would ask you all, with your influence, because you have the most influence in the state of all the groups, please connect us all together, because everyone has influence, not just your influence to a legislator. You just don't know who has the power. And when Prop 1 came about, we tried to get the CBOs to get their board of directors involved with lack of success. We tried to get the currently 5,000 certified peers by name, by county, connected so that they could at least participate. And that wasn't successful either. And most community members have given up to coming to their local boards, going to the state meetings. They've just given up. I have a disorder of gas. I give a whatever, and it's important. But very few people, if they show up, will speak. You had 66 people here. I knew about 10 of them. 3 of them had any association next to their name. There's no opt-in e-list to try to build capacity across the state. So I would suggest that we're all in it together, but we're looking for leadership, and we're looking for
Thank you, Steve. Time is up. Please wrap up.
And I'll finish. And an example of that would be each of you would host that movie screening in the local county of your origination and organize the people, and we could do a town hall and pop up health fairs and all that kind of stuff. Just an example of what could be done to reimagine our ability to connect back to the support systems and the end users. rather than always looking up to the funders. Thank you very much for letting me share. Keep what you like, toss the rest. My intention is not to upset anyone, but just to share openly and honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And that was our last public comment.
Thanks, Amariani. I'm never gonna lose this idea of gas. Okay, that brings us to the end of our meeting. I'm sorry, we have 45 minutes ahead of schedule, everybody. This is a first, so I just want to appreciate you all. Tomorrow is a doozy. Tomorrow is a lot. It's our regular business, and there is a lot to cover. So I appreciate your continued attention. These two-day meetings are a lot of time and attention with a very busy group of people and very busy people in the public, and really appreciate your time, commitment, and leadership to do this important business together. I'd like to remind you all that we are meeting at the Starlight Lounge on the 3rd floor of the Hyatt House Midtown Hotel at 5 p.m. So if you need to go answer 700 emails, go ahead. You have an hour and 12 minutes. And hopefully we can create some connection and community at 5 at the Starlight Lounge. Thank you for being with us. Meeting adjourned.